Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I hope you had a fantastic day, and today we are kind of live with an unusual, I almost have to say, if we look at the last few months live stream, which will be about the books and not actually the strange TV show that we have talked, like, I don't know, the last 2 months about. So there's that. Hope you enjoy like a little change of topics here. But I'm not sure. It might come up as a topic here in stream as well. I'm not sure. We will see. Though I try to prioritize, of course, book lore questions. Hello, mine amigo. Good to see you. Nice to see you too, Asteroid TV. And all the others here in chat. Killswitch is here, starting edition to make this a map stream. Well, we could look at maps for sure. I like the TV show. Oh, Bristol TV is also here. Nice to see you as well. TV show was definitely not as bad as I thought, but also by far not as good as I hoped it would be. So there's that, I guess. Maps. Tirtha's also here. RS Aurelian. Plocksword. And yeah, there is still enough book lore topics left, I guess, to discuss. Let's check something here in the background. How do I get rid of that? Maybe that worked. I'm not sure. Seems like it. Okay, so just in case I would have the opportunity to show stuff from the show as well, just set up the program. Good evening. Nice to see you as well. I love when I catch your live streams, makes work so much more fun. Awesome to hear. Tell us your favorite places in Beleriand and Middle-earth. So we have maps. We could do this, I guess, because we still need like topics. I'm terrible with maps. I want to know more about Beleriand and the elven realms of the First Age. Oh, that's an interesting point by Rafael Gustavo. Those Nazgul give me the creeps. And they skin the body of you as soon as look at you and leave you all cold in the dark on the other side. So orcs believe in life after death. Yeah, if you consider this quote, it seems like it. And I guess why would they not? Because an afterlife is definitely a thing in Tolkien's world. I'm just curious if mortal sorcerers exists in Adler, how powerful can they get? That's also an interesting question. I was confused because I always think that Fingon actually just stays with his father, but eventually gets his own place, right? That's a good question. Magic in Middle-earth is a great topic as well. Yeah, it's pretty good. So also Danilo Sosa says, hey Chris, wait a minute, lost the, where is it? I need to scroll down. Here, hope you are well. Are you gonna do another roundtable for the final episode of Rings of Power? If I can organize it, I will do another roundtable for Rings of Power. The problem was, like last week, I could not find anybody to join, so I would have been alone. And alone roundtable is not a roundtable. It's I need at least one guest for it to call it like that, I guess, or for the format to make sense. And would love to get some more guests. So it's not, if I find somebody, maybe after the House of the Dragon is completely done, I can maybe try to get Robert from Indie Geek or something as guest, and then maybe I ask again Dan, Voice of Geekdom or so, Well, there might be the other stream. But sorry for people might have been wondered, hey, what's with the round table? And yeah, it will be. If I find the guests, we will make the round table probably a bit later then, because now we have time, right? But I try to get it maybe done this week or next week or something like that. It is completely done as of last night. Oh, it's good to know. I was not sure. Well, fair enough, danke. No problem. But yeah, I still have also this review for episode 3, which I might also release at some point. If I can find the motivation to work on this, to be honest. But yeah, that also might come. There's still one review that I didn't do. And I wrote it and recorded it for the most part already. So yeah, I just need to find motivation to complete it. But currently I just took a few days off after all the work and thought, okay, whatever. I have not seen it, but I heard it. We could maybe look it up. Because I have no idea about this show. I just know that he's very busy. 23rd of October, you're right, it aired yesterday. That's interesting to see. They have funny numbers for it. Here they don't publish numbers. Interesting. After the Oathbreakers fulfilled their oaths, did the path of the dead became an unusable route? That's a good question as well. We have to first of all get some kind of order into everything. So there were multiple weak requests here already in chat. We might go through. There was also something like, yeah, that before we start, like I have a very important question to ask, of course. We can use a poll for that. Because I will also maybe make a poll on the channel as well, because I'm very curious what people think about that. And it's kind of a Rings of Power related question, but only distantly. I'm just very curious what people think about that. I hope I didn't mistype this, but that's an interesting question. We could also use the new Q&A feature here, and it's not new, but it's definitely a feature I haven't used yet. It's the numbers. How likely would it be at the end of the Third Age for the spiders to become silk merch? That's a good question. Always learning new features from the German Tolkien Society. Yeah, exactly. I was invited yesterday, and we talked about the overall feeling of the show and whatever. Very decisive. I will definitely do a big poll on the I make a community tab post with a poll in it, because I'm curious what people think. Because to be honest, I would like, if I talk about Eregion or something, I would like to have Eregion. I don't have Eregion artwork, so it would probably be good to maybe show the Eregion from the show, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Yeah, I would definitely mix it up. It would not only be Rings of Power imagery. Oh, Devin asked me early on in the stream. Why we go a bit back here in the stream because there were like multiple questions from the beginning. Also, Rosie Gamgee, thank you for a nice word at the beginning. Already thank you, but wanted to give you a shout out here again. But yeah, Devin asks, have you had a chance to watch Rings of Power reviews and analysis from other content creators such as Nerd of the Rings and Tolkien Professor? Not really. Like occasionally I have zipped in a bit or talked to them over Discord or so. And so I kind of know what they think about the show, but have not looked deeper into it, to be honest. Just, I mean, sometimes I check Reddit or so and see what people see there, but I feel like Reddit is unfortunately a place that often has like a narrative in going on a lot of channels. So there are some topics where people are incredibly positive or incredibly negative depending on the Reddit narrative when it comes to that. And as a result, you never, like in a good Reddit, you have very divisive opinions, but that is rare. I feel like in most you have like either people like it or people absolutely hate it, but you have no middle ground or no good discussion going on because everybody who says, I like the show gets downvoted or said, I don't like the show gets downvoted, depending on what this place says. So in this regard, it's kind of difficult to figure out what the general perception of the show might have been or so. I'm really curious about this. So it says almost 60% of people say, yes, Chris, use images, of course not only exclusively, but maybe some images when fitting from Rings of Power. That's good to know. But I thought it would be more positive to when it comes to that. So yeah, same. Let's maybe get the stuff here started. In case I miss your question or something like that, just feel free to post it a second time or so. I mean, I would maybe I should really try the Q&A thing. I'm not sure how this exactly works from your perspective, to be honest. Maybe I have to check it out myself. Let me just see what's going on here. How could I check this, chat? Because I've never seen it from the other side of things myself. Also, I hope sound is good. But it seems like it. You just do it maybe like this so I can see both chat. Okay, so maybe Q and Tolkien. Usually I don't want to just work through all of them. I'm just curious how this feature works. Post your Tolkien Lore questions! Exclamation mark. Start Q&A thing. What happens now? Ah, okay. So only if you post questions to that, ask something, and you have to click on it and say, and then I can type a message. Then I see it here. Ah, I get it now. But then I don't see the live chat anymore. That's strange. Sound is good. Okay, good to know. I can of course switch back and forth. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, you just keep posting the questions here and then they are listed here. Interesting. Okay, so now I see how this works. I'm not sure if it's a useful feature for me here. Maybe it is, kind of, maybe it's not. But it's interesting. Rings of Power is just full of delusion, like Lotto on Prime. Well, yeah, Reddit, it's a lot of places are like that. Stop that mouse, my favorite stuff. And like I said, it's sometimes, I don't know. For me, it's really difficult to get stuff going. Oh, I can't fully scroll up anymore. That is unfortunate, chat. I have to admit, I'm not the hugest fan of that. Toggle time spent, participation, and feedback. Ah, there, pop out chat. Oh yeah, there was an interesting question. It's not shown anymore. That is strange. So if I reload it, it's that's an unfortunate detail here about chat. But okay, question time, I guess. So maybe it's smarter to use this feature in a separate window. Maybe that works. Yeah, that might be smart. Okay. So, favorite places in Middle Earth. That was a question that was asked basically one of the earliest. Oh. Sometimes YouTube is not as good as I hope it would be, but that should work. Okay. So, favorite places in Middle Earth. Yeah, people want to know Beleriand. That's a very difficult question, to be honest. I would say very in later times, obviously obviously Rivendell. I really like Rivendell. I like Elrond, one of my favorite characters. So that for me was always kind of a fascinating place. But I would also argue good old Moria would be pretty awesome. When it comes to Beleriand, that's a really tough question, I feel. So Beleriand's favorite place. I have to admit I kind of like Doria's because I don't know, it's interesting, it's protected. A lot of story is related to it. That's in my opinion pretty awesome. There's Menegros in it. We have also for example a Hales later, who is I assume somewhere here, right? So there are kind of yeah, a bunch of interesting places of that. I have to admit, because of the Ted Naismith artwork, which I maybe could try to search. There's also Vinyamar, which I also really like. Let me just see if I find the artwork really quick. I kind of like the story of Tur, so Vinyamar is always kind of a place I like. That is where he gets his shield and so on, and where Prince Turgon lives. Here's one with Voronwe. Was it Tur? I'm not sure. Where do we... But yeah, it's pretty... I don't know, I really like the artwork. I like the style of it. It's to the coast. Pretty neat place, I have to admit. No, it's Tur, according to the name of the artwork. So it's not Voronwe. But he meets Voronwe here as well. So there's that. And there's also the fantastic artwork of Voronwe from Kimberly 80, which I also really like, I have to admit. Let me see if I find it here. This one, I kind of like it. Classic Voronwe got sunk with his ship and got washed onto the coast again. Was pretty cool. What map has the most precise orientation? That's in context of maps. That's a good follow-up question to the map question. I think one of the one of the most precise maps? I would still say I can't show it to you here on screen. But of course it would be the map from Karen Wynne Fonstead and the maps of her from Atlas of Middle-earth, which I also have here right next to me. Always nice to have it. And unfortunately, some information at the time she made this atlas she had no access to because it weren't published yet. As a result, there are some inaccuracies in it. Still, I would say overall it's a very impressive work because there's a lot of detail. Like I often double checked some of the positionings and tried to look up the text, and I never found, like, there might be some, except for the parts where she didn't have access to the information. I never found then an instance outside of those where I couldn't see her argument for placing a place here and there. So it's like she's very spot on with the stuff she did here. It's a really well researched atlas, I have to say. It's a lot of work and time and knowledge went into this thing, and it definitely shows. Of course, there are a few ideas she had which she couldn't know were not correct. Like, for example, in the First Age maps, she placed Cuivienen, or her theory was that the Sea of Rhun and also potentially in Mordor the Sea of Nurnen were part of the inland sea of Helkar. And that is not the case, because in later writings it was published. Let me just see if I can show you a First Age map. You know what I'm talking. So this is I also had to modify my map at some point when I found out about this, when looking deeper into it, or got hinted by Kierdan, my moderator, I think. But yeah, this is Sea of Helkar. It's very big, and it's hard to tell. It is still possible, in my opinion, that it might have covered Mordor and then vanished, and then Mordor and that the Sea of Nurnen might be a leftover. That's, in my opinion, at least a potentially possible theory. However, in very early writings about the First Age, where the Sea of Helkar was there, we also find information about the Sea of Rhun. And as a result, the Sea of Rhun existed in parallel. And yeah, so this would have been changed. It's different in the Atlas. It's one of the few mistakes. I guess also with the nature of Middle-earth, some of the distances changed a bit. So maybe somebody needs to compose a new map with the additional information. Maybe, unfortunately, I think Kierdan is not in chat right now, because he could definitely tell us a few information about the distances, how the passes the elves took on the Great Journey and so on. I think it might have to do also with the distance of the Orokarni, the mountains of the east, or the Red Mountains. And it's very interesting that there might be a few changes here and there to that. But it's pretty cool, I have to admit, that this kind of works. Almost saving marinas again. Exactly. Okay, so back to chat. What was the second question we got at the beginning? Like, it was some tough question. Something about magic or so? The afterlife question from Raphael, we'll come to that later, though I'm not sure if I can elaborate much more on this, to be honest. Favorite chapter in the Fellowship book? Oh, that's a tough one. Like, from a professional in a weird way. Like from a YouTuber perspective, the most read chapter is definitely the Council of Elrond, because all the exposition stuff is in it. So I read it a lot, and I like it. I learned to like it because you can extract so many cool information out of it. As a result, I kind of like it. It's also like the start. Okay, now the adventure really starts, and so it's a pretty cool chapter in my opinion. But it might be, I could imagine, as a very exposition heavy chapter, might be problematic. Course also like I like the chapter in Bree, also like at the Sign of the Prancing Pony is also a pretty good chapter in my opinion. Strider, I like it a lot. Knife in the Dark is pretty cool. Flight to the Fort is a bit slow in my opinion because it leads just to more exposition than later. It's like one of these bridge chapters, though it has this intensity at the end of it. At the beginning, it starts pretty slow, though there's some cool information in there too. And then, I guess also very close is the whole Khazad-dûm section. The Journey in the Dark and the Bridge of Khazad-dûm is also pretty good. Then Lothlorien slows down a bit, same with Mirror of Galadriel, though a lot of interesting lore information is there. The Breaking of the Fellowship is also pretty neat. Very tough to pick a chapter here. Like a lot of good chapters in the book. But yeah, maybe we should also get some kind of order into all of this here. Also, I really like this artwork here. Not gonna lie. It definitely also shows a bit is it a bit modified, but you definitely see it in Peter Jackson films as well, I feel. There's a second one he made. Path of the Dead question, I think. Yeah, that might be the one. Why is this top chat? We wanted to go to questions here. So, Path of the Dead question, I can't... I'm not sure, to be honest, if it... I would suspect it is very possible that it might be... Like, the question was something like, is it blocked or so? That as a result... Yeah, I don't know, it's a difficult to answer question, I feel. Simply because... I have not read the chapter in a long time, so I can't remember if there are any particular details, especially after it. It's not really revisited, but you might, due to them not there anymore and potentially changes in this area, it might be that it has become inaccessible. I'm not sure if chat has a good theory or idea on this, or maybe some details. Probably have to look into the book myself. I'm curious. Let me just see. From your Reich comes Frodo, Dunharrow. Not sure. Oh, that he just scroll down the chat all the way. Oh, you ask? Yeah. Now, Marin, I now remember your question. You ask about powerful sorceress. Why does he hold a broken blade inside the art? That in the book, his blade, like Frodo, like in the films, you have Arwen and Frodo together on the horse Asphalos. In the books, it is like that Also hope the stream is kind of working, because here currently it's not from my side. Yeah, it seems to work. Okay. In the book, it's only Frodo, like it's Glorfindel, a powerful elven lord. He put Frodo on his horse and let him ride to Rivendell, and then the Nazgul chase him down. And his friends and Glorfindel can't do anything here, and they have to just trust that Asphalos, the horse, is faster than the Nazgul horses, and it is, obviously. And also Priscilla, see you. Glad you could join for a moment. And then Frodo crosses the river and the Bruinen, and because he has seen it times before, that with the power of the voice and so on, you could maybe influence things. And Frodo tried it himself, but he was not powerful enough and nothing happened. So he was just shrieking something about Elbereth and so on, and that they should not cross the river and so on. And they did not do this. And I think he held up his sword, and I think the Witch King laughed or something like this and did something, and the blade broke in his hand while doing so. And then the flood came and saved him, basically. If I remember this chapter correctly, might. If you're interested, check my films book differences series. Maybe I have to refresh my window here, because this drives me crazy. Okay, now it seems to work. What's up with the Hobbit feed? Well, I would have to look at the artwork myself, which I'm currently, which is something I'm currently not seeing in big. I just see it in a very small window currently, so I can't tell you if something is off with the feed, but I don't know. Feet look normal to me on this particular image. Of course, Frodo looks kind of different, I have to admit. If it could become a usable route. Maybe it is possible that it becomes usable, but as said, I'm not sure if there's like any mention what happens to this place exactly. In theory, yes. On the other side, you have to keep in mind, it's like a legendary place that people think is haunted, so people don't go there. Even though maybe Aragorn, or as King Elisar knows it's not haunted anymore, and he kind of freed the Oathbreakers, and people maybe could use it to get to the other side faster, but still, in the minds of people, it would still be a haunted place, and maybe keep like this look. Like I'm not sure. I don't see that it might have been used later. Maybe at some point, but probably took some time till people dared to even go there. That was the first question. There was one question. Yeah, the Fingon got his own realm. Like he became High King of the Noldor, so in theory he should have gotten his realm when he became High King, and took that. Like, I don't know. It's an interesting question. If he had, I'm not sure. It's another small detail where I'm not 100% sure what was written in the Silmarillion, because currently my expertise focuses a lot on the Second Age, as you can imagine, due to covering the show for so long. So I have to just go deep into my head. Usually, like, his father was in Hithlum. In theory, he should have taken, when he became High King and his father died, he should have became basically also living there, but it could be that he also went to Dorlomin or something. Yeah, here it says later. It's really an interesting question where this was. Where was Battle of Unlumbered Tears? That was already a different. House of Hador. I just check this summary here really quick. Yeah, you must have followed into Hislum at some point. Then was he near nice Arnodiad, and then I'm not sure where he how this exactly started, to be honest. Probably need some research on that myself. Because it is kind of interesting. The fifth battle, the Near Nice Arnodiad. The set Baron Lucian returned. Let me just see, like, there must be a mention of Fingon. Moreover, in the west, Ever, the friend of Maethros, took counsel with Himring, and in Hislum, the Noldor and the men of the House of Hador, in the war, the fourth of Isil, people of Harleth. We just see the first age map here. Could bring this, maybe I should also bring this on screen. Kind of interesting. So Hislum is this place here. This is, I think, here around this lake. If I remember correctly, Fingolfin was usually as a High King was basically looking over things. And in theory, because it did not really got destroyed, if I remember correctly. Mithrim, yeah, it's Lake Mithrim. And yeah, in this text here we have like, then Findan looked out from the walls of Isel Sirion. And Isel Sirion, I'm not sure if you can see it on the map. Probably not. Let me just see if I hit it myself correctly. Like there is this, yeah, you see it here on the map as well. I need to press Control to hit it. Somewhere here. So here he looked over to Angband and so on. In this particular connection place, basically, like it is. Yeah, interesting. They were also called the Mountains of Shadow, which is kind of funny. And he looked over it. So that would, in my opinion, indicate that he came from Hislum and maybe from Mithrim and Lake Mithrim and so on. So from this region where his father also lived. So I would argue, yeah, I think he took not a new realm, he took the realm of his father in Hislum. And this might have, like, he died spoiler, he died anyway, very soon after his father. So, yeah, and then the next High King would be Turgon, and he was the Lord of Gondolin. Gondolin, of course, would be here somewhere. So very interesting to see. I really need, I don't know, need a piece of paper here to So find this page here faster. Okay, got it. So kind of interesting to see where this is. I would argue, yes, from the connection here, he had he took his realm here. Okay, Priscilla TV is also gone already, was her question, but maybe she sees it in the VOD. There was another question, Marians asked it, whatever the name was, something with M and... No. Marinan, sorry. There was a letter missing, I know something was wrong. I asked about the powerful mortal sorcerers could become if they existed on Arda. That's a good question, and again, difficult to answer, very difficult to answer. We have not many instances for mortal sorcerers in the world, if that makes sense. As in this, again in the Silmarillion, there is this in the chapter of the Rings of Power and the Third Age in the Silmarillion. There's a chapter about the Nazgul, and basically what can you read it again? Men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the Nine Ring became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. Here's always a question how to read this. Is it those who used the rings became mighty in their days? For example, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old? Or those who used the Nine Rings, sorcerers, kings, and warriors of old? You know what I mean? Like, it's not clear if they became those things or if they were those things and then they became even more powerful. I would lean towards that these rings helped them to achieve becoming kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. However, depending on what this particularly means, is that if they became powerful sorcerers, then it was due to Sauron's power and the ring, or the rings, or the design of the rings, and what that Sauron gave later to them, the rings of power, and that is like that. There's a word or description for sorceress here is possible, and we know how powerful, for example, the Witch King was. Like, he did a lot of things, and we have some interesting information about the magic he could do. For example, there is in the Lord of the Rings a chapter. I'm not sure if I find this. Yeah, I found it. There are these snowmen in the... Let me just bring it up on the map. It's a Third Age story, so we go with the Third Age map. And in the very far north... Maybe I need to make this map a bit smaller to kind of get it to work, because else it's too big. We have this here, this place here. This is the Bay of Forohel, and there lived the snowmen of Forohel, or the Lossoth. No. Yes, Lossoth is the name, right? Let me just double check. Yeah, Lossoth. Always was confused with another name, but doesn't matter too much. And in this we can read, like, there was is a story of Arvedui, who was with them for some time. Arvedui was a chieftain of the a descendant of Elendil and Isildur and so on, and he lived in the northern realm. And due to the wars of Angmar, or with Angmar, the Arnor was destroyed and abandoned, and the king, Arvedu, had to flee. His name also translates to Last King. And he went to north and got help from the snowmen. And we can read, but the snowmen were uneasy, for they said that they smelled danger in the wind. And the chief of the Lossos said to Arvedui, do not mount this on the sea monster. To explain the sea monster, he means a ship. Círdan sent some ships there to help Arvedui and bring him, I assume, back to Lindon. And yeah, so do not mount this ship, this sea monster. If they have them, let the seamen bring us food and other things that we need, and you may stay here till the Witch King goes home. It's kind of a funny formulation, in my opinion. For in summer, this is an interesting detail, his power wanes, but now his breath is deadly and his cold arm is long. And it's kind of interesting that they talk about the breath, and we always know that the breath, like they have the black breath, the Nazgul, which puts you into this terrible state that needs treatment, and for example, Athelas helps against this. That is something, and you could of course interpret this that next, like there was suddenly, if we read, yet the counsel of the Lossos was good by chance or foresight, for the ship had not reached the open sea when a great storm of wind arose and came with blinding snow out of the north, and it drove the ship back upon the ice and piled ice up against it. Even the mariners of Círdan were helpless, and in the night the ice crushed the hull and the ship foundered. So perished Arvedui, last king, and with him the Palantiri were buried in the sea. It's a very interesting detail that the Lossos potentially blamed the Witch King for this, and you could interpret that maybe the Witch King summoned this storm in some way. Who knows? Very difficult to say. Could also be, like Tolkien leaves it open. He says by chance or foresight, which is like a very typical Tolkien phrase, to be honest. It's kind of interesting to see. As a result, yeah, in a way they were still mortals. They became immortal due to the rings and to being ensnared to it. So I feel like the Witch King is like, even though it's an evil example, but he is an example for a mortal becoming an extremely powerful sorcerer. In this regard, to come back to your initial question, how powerful could they get? I would assume the Witch King is probably as powerful as you can get, and he paid the price for it. Like, he basically lost his will and became bound and enslaved by Sauron in a very extreme degree. But and of course, also the power he potentially used was based on Morgoth and Sauron. Like in the book Morgoth's Ring. Let me see if I can find that. There's an interesting hint that Tolkien also wrote in some text. Yeah. So the Morgoth basically put his evil power inside the world itself, and the world became his one ring. And so Arda is Morgoth's ring. That's also why the name, I guess the book is called like that. And it's often about kind of texts like these. And there we have like an interesting note. It says, it was this Morgoth's element in matter, so in the matter of the world itself, outside of course, the oceans, indeed, which was prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced with it and upon it. So even Sauron had to use the power of Morgoth to do some of his magic and things. So I would assume that even the Witch King's power is kind of based on that, but it's just my interpretation here. Very interesting. Outside of that, we only have in one letter of Tolkien the mention that the wizards, the blue wizards, let me see, what success they, the blue wizards, had I do not know, but I fear they failed as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways, and I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. It doesn't say how powerful those magic traditions and secret cults were, but you could definitely also see some kind of sorcery going on there, and it's at least interesting little side note on what this means, and it's of course also in the East. So we have basically no information about this. But yeah, to answer your question, I would say, in a weird way, the Witch King is probably as powerful as you can get when it comes to sorcery for a mortal. And even that is a very twisted example. You have to, I guess, agree on that. And doesn't the barrow blade or the barrow blades imply that the men of Arthedain were also able to interact with the unseen world, meaning they had some magical abilities? Yeah, I would agree on that, because it seems... Let me just think how it's phrased. In the Return of the King book in the Lord of the Rings, I hope I spell this right. Sinew is, I think, the word for I'm looking for. No. I know there's the word undead in it. That's how you write sinews. Okay. I just spelled it wrong. Okay, here it is. So passed the sword of the Barrow Downs, work of... that's an interesting question, chat. How is Westerness pronounced? Is it Westerness? I assume it is. Maybe somebody in chat can tell me, because I assume it's a word for English people. So passed the sword of the Barrow Downs, work of Westerness, but glad would he have been to know its fate, who wrought it slowly long ago in the Norse kingdom when the Dunedain were young. And chief among their foes was the dread realm of Angmar, and its sorcerer king, the Witch King. No other blade, not though mightier hands had wielded it, would have dealt that foe a wound so bitter, cleaving undead flesh, breaking the spell that knit his unseen sinews to his will. I think that's right. Okay, good to know. Thank you, Duff. But yeah, it basically says this blade was in of itself very powerful and was able to break the spell that knit the unseen sinews to his will. So I would agree with LD here that the blades of the people of potentially of Arthedain, or of, in this case, I assume Cardolan, but let's say the smiths of Arnor also were able to kind of forge weapons that could affect in some way the unseen as well. So yeah, I personally put the stress on Westerness, something like this. Also, welcome, Zushan. Nice to see you. Oh, I found the like button. It worked. Much appreciated. So yeah, then also I forgot to switch image stuff here, but yeah, I hope this answers. Do I have a good artwork for this? What we are talking about? I'm not sure. It's possible that the Naismith had a artwork showing Mary stabbing the Witch King with a barrow blade, to be honest. I'm not sure though. Could swear there was an artwork. There's only the Witch King. There's only... No, I don't see anything right now. No, I thought here we would see it as well. We don't, though. But yeah, pretty good artworks by Ted Naismith here. Shoutouts to him. Maybe he draws something and it's not on his page, and I can't use it. It's maybe a book exclusive or so. I don't know. I can't use it, I assume. Okay, I hope this kind of answers your question, Marinan. Let's return to the question list. So that is this question. I answered the question about Sauron, about Fingon. The Iatis come. It is? Not sure. Asked, were orcs made out of elves, basically? Wurden Orks aus Elben gemacht? Wrote it in German. There was also a question. It's a good question, and very difficult to answer, to be honest. The problem with this is Tolkien wrote multiple versions of this, and he was never really happy with any of the versions, so there is technically no correct answer to the question. If you ask, of course, my personal opinion on that, it's really difficult. I would still say the Elven theory has a lot of problems, but it's still maybe the best working theory, and that is why, of course, I mistyped here. Awesome. The Wise of Eresia. Here it is. But of those unhappy ones who were ensnared by Melkor, little is known of a certainty. For who of the living has descended into the pits of Utumno, or has explored the darkness of the councils of Melkor? Yet this is held true by the Wise of Eresia. So the wording is very careful here. It is held true by those wise in Eresia that all those of the Quendi, the elves, who came into the hands of Melkor, Utumno, that is the first fortress of him, was broken, were put there in prison, and by slow arts of cruelty were corrupted and enslaved, and thus did Melkor breed the hideous race of the orcs in envy and mockery of the elves, of whom they were afterwards the bitterest foes. So in this case, it basically says, it is that. We find a very, this mockery of the elves, we also find in the Lord of the Rings. There, Treebeard actually tells this, mockery of hope, that's wrong. Mockery of men whose days... There it is. And he talks about trolls, basically. Let me just see, where do I start reading? You do not know perhaps how strong we are. Maybe you have heard of trolls. They are mighty strong, but trolls are only counterfeits made by the enemy in the great darkness, in mockery of Ents, as orcs were of elves. So here, he doesn't say explicitly that elves were made out of orcs, but he basically puts what we have found here in the Silmarillion as well. He used this idea of that the creation itself is to mock the existence of the elves, and the Ents is to mock the existence of the Ents. He made trolls, and to mock the existence of elves, he made orcs. So you could maybe the argument that, at least from the Lord of the Rings perspective, it is hinted at that this idea in the context of Lord of the Rings might be true. However, Tolkien disliked the idea, and because it brings all kinds of problems. So, for example, how in a metaphysical sense do lose orcs immortality? Though it was also, I think, a debated, or is some kind of debated topic, if orcs are actually immortal. We in the same section, of course, it says, let me just see, blurb. Bitter foes. For the orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Ilúvatar. Maybe I should read it complete, right? Because it's kind of interesting. For the orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Ilúvatar, and naught that had life of its own, nor the semblance of life, could ever Melkor make, since his rebellion in the Ainulindale, that is the music of the Ainur, before the beginning, so say the wise. And deep in their dark hearts the orcs loathed the master whom they served in fear, the maker only of their misery. This is maybe this it maybe was the vilest deed of Melkor and the most hateful to Ilúvatar. And he basically in a letter, I just forgot which letter it was, unfortunately. Chat, how do I find out which letter it is? I have an idea. I might have noted something in this document here. Looks bad. I remember though the phrasing, I think, slowly. Like Tolkien mentions in a letter that also orcs can have redemption, basically. Yeah, I found it, I think. It's in letter 269 from 1965. So it's a very late... No, I'm probably wrong. It's not the letter I'm looking for. And asked Tolkien if the notion of orcs, an entire race that was irredeemably wicked, was not heretical. Something like that. It goes into this direction, to be honest, but it's kind of interesting. But here he says basically, I cannot claim to be sufficient theologian to say whether my notions of orcs is heretical or not. I don't feel under any obligation to make my story fit with formalized Christian theology. So this is a very important point that Tolkien makes, because people often come and say, yeah, but Tolkien was Catholic and very Christian, and it can be seen as allegory to, I don't know, the Bible and whatnot. I wouldn't go that far. There are definitely inspirations in Tolkien's work from Christian theology and the Bible and so on, but some people maybe take it 5 steps too far when interpreting his works. Tolkien says it here himself, even though he also says that his work is fundamental, is like in its foundation a Catholic work. It's my opinion, you need to understand that Tolkien was a Catholic. As a result, the works he's doing are also in a way Catholic. That is how I read this particular section, but it's a different topic. I don't feel unobligated. I just read this, right? My story formalized Christian theology, though I actually intended it to be consonant with Christian thought and belief. So he says it's consonant with it, which is asserted somewhere. Book 5, page 190. Where Frodo asserts that the orcs are not evil in origin. We believe that, I suppose, of all humankinds and sons and breeds, though some appear both as individual and groups to be by us at any rate unredeemable. One of my troubles is that I was just sending into press a revision of my translation of Gawain together with one of Pearl when a desperate problem of United States copyright fell on me. And I must now devote all the time I have to produce a revision of both The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit that can be copyrighted, and it is hoped defeat the pirates. Kind of fascinating thing here. The pirates were always a problem, it seems. There's another letter, though. It goes into this direction as well. I could swear it was, the formulation was unredeemable, but it seems not. It's only here. Forgot which letter it was. Maybe somebody in chat knows which letter I'm talking about. It's not 269. I thought I found it because I found unredeemable in it. How was it phrased, chat? He says something like, I would have said almost unredeemable. Pre-internet pirates, exactly. Pre-internet pirates. Unredeemable. No, it was not unredeemable. It's not redemption. What other words exist? Salvation, maybe? Redemption, ransom. Oh yeah, maybe it's irredeemable. You might be right. Found it. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. It's a longer letter, and it's letter 153. It's to be noted, it is a draft, so Tolkien never sent this letter to my knowledge. We just see at the very end if we have a note. The draft ends here. At the top, Tolkien has written "not sent" and has added, "It seemed to be taking myself too importantly." That's a very interesting detail with this. However, it's one of the few things where Tolkien actually discusses the evil and so on and so forth, and it's also about the orcs and so on. Let me just see if I find. I'm just currently looking for a specific word here. "210 orc." Always difficult. Here he writes. I found at least one time. It's a very long letter, so sometimes it's hard to get the context. But he's definitely talking about orcs here. Interestingly, he uses the word rarely in this letter, but it appears here one time. Just don't want to talk to tell things that even orcs would become part of the world. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I found it. They would at last be real physical realities in the physical world. However evil they might prove, even mocking the children of God. They would be Morgoth's greatest sins, abuses of his highest privilege, and would be creatures begotten of sin and naturally bad. And here writes, I nearly wrote irredeemably bad. And it's very important, I nearly wrote it. But that would be going too far, he adds, because by accepting or tolerating their making necessary to their actual existence, even orcs would be part of the world which is God's and ultimately good. So it's a very interesting point that he makes here. They are in the world that was created by God. As a result, they also need to have a path of redemption. But whether they could have souls or spirits seems different. It seems a different question. And since by myth, and at any rate, I do not conceive of the making of souls or spirit. Things of equal order, if not an equal power, to the Valar. As a possible delegation, I have represented at least the orcs as pre-existing real beings on whom the Dark Lord has exerted the fullness of his power in remodeling and corrupting them, not making them. So here he says it again. Basically, Morgoth can't create souls or spirits. Only God can do this. And so he could only corrupt the existing part. And as formerly being existing parts of the world, they were intended to be good ones as well. But now they are in the world as corrupted beings, and as they must have a redemption, basically. So, yeah, it's a very metaphysical and philosophical text that he writes here. As a result, orcs must have some origin, be it either elves or be it men or whatever other creature he might have taken. But it must be basically exactly that. And that makes it, of course, difficult to answer, because we can also read in Morgoth's ring that terrible deeds that you do to an elf, the elf would have had the option to, for example, leave his spirit. And now we start mixing different ideas from different writing periods of Tolkien, I guess, and because he was, I guess, having this discussion to himself. This letter 153 is also from 1954, so it is September. It's round about the release of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. I'm not sure when it was. Does somebody know the exact release date of Lord of the Rings? Fellowship of the Ring. When was it released? In which month? In August. So yeah, I kind of remembered it correctly. So it was this letter was written shortly after the release of Fellowship of the Ring, which is kind of interesting in this context. So yeah, there is this particular question. But yeah, Corey wants to read Fellowship of the Rings instead. I can't blame him. To answer your question really shortly, I just looked at it. In Unfinished Tales, it basically says that they don't use horses. What exactly formations they used and so on, it's pretty hard to tell, but it seems like Numenoreans had no cavalry. Oh, it says July 29th. Okay. Maybe it was also July, but whatever. It's not that important. It's definitely from 1954. Oh, Excellion of the Fountains here. Hello, late again. Welcome. So that was the orcs question. So I would say, yeah, in later versions, Tolkien writes that men are the origin, and he potentially planned to move men further back into the First Age, their birth, due to having the problem that orcs existed in the context of his first fortress Angband, Utumno, Udun, and this men would not have, in the other versions, men would not have been born there, so he, I guess, had to move their existence back a few thousand years. This was not really completed, in my opinion, so it doesn't really work that well with with the main books we have, though you can criticize especially the Silmarillion for it, but I assume that is the reason why Christopher Tolkien went with the elf idea instead and phrased it very carefully. It's a very complicated question with the orcs, but as you can see, there are a lot of metaphysical ideas and problems surrounding the orcs, and as such, it's very difficult to answer this question in kind of some detail. Just can give you some context. why Tolkien had so much struggle with it. Like how did the orcs, for example, lose immortality here? Like I read earlier, they multiply after the manners of the children of Ilúvatar, and there's also a mention in another text that orcs are not immortal, but also have like actually short lifespans, which is not necessarily represented in the books, because we have the son of Arzok, I think, and if you look at the distance between the Hobbit and the time his son appeared, you can calculate that. I mean, what was the name? Bolg? Arzok. What was the son? Starts with a B. Yeah, Bolg is the name. We don't know when he was born, but he was like, if his father died in Third Age 2799. Let me just get my calculator here because I'm bad at math. And he died 2941. So if Bolg was born, or Bolg must have born as latest 2799. Like you could maybe make the argument he was born 2800. Then he must be also 141 years old. I'm not sure if he is even mentioned in this battle, to be honest. Succeeding his father, Arthur. But yeah, as a result, he seems relatively old for an orc when Tolkien says that orcs in later texts have not that lifespans that are not that long. Maybe Exelion knows where the orcs are, because I can't even remember which book it was, to be honest. Might be Morgoth's Ring as well. There is a mention that orcs' lifespan is not that long. I'm not sure if I find this. No. No, curious. Maybe somebody in chat knows. Nope, I don't find it. Don't have a note on this. Only need about soldiers from. I hope that here was like a little note about their lifespan, but sadly there's no note in this article. It would help me a lot. I can't remember which book it was, unfortunately. I also can't remember how it was phrased. It was not lifespan. Down for lifespan. Corrupted. In my person, there was an elvish that was later. Length of the Livestream. Nope. Can't find it. Like, I don't know. Probably would have to look deeper into it. I can't remember the where it was written. But there's a definite statement of Tolkien, like an explicit one, where he says that orcs don't live that long. I can't remember where it was written. Okay, here I found it. Subject to disease. Okay, here it is. Let me just check in which it is. It's orcs. I assume it's mistransformed. It's mistransformed 10. There's a section about orcs, and there he says, and as said, it's a result of later writing. They could be slain, and they were subject to disease. But apart from these ills, they died and were not immortal, even according to the manner of the Quendi. Indeed, they appeared to have been by nature short-lived, that is the word I was looking for, compared with the span of men of higher race, such as the Edain. He doesn't even say the Dune Edain, he says the Edain. Still, in contrast, Azog's son Bolg got at least 140-something years old, so it's kind of impressive, I have to admit. But yeah, there was that. I hope that kind of answers your question. But Tolkien had like a lot of struggles with the ideas. Like, if orcs are not immortal, how on earth can they, like, how can they be once elf? How did the elves lose the immortality when becoming orcs? There's questions like these that seem strange and problematic. As in addition, there is like a section about elves being able to leave their body when they are put into terrible situations and stuff like this. So yeah, a lot of things don't, on a metaphysical level, of the nature of the elves and of the nature of the orcs, don't align perfectly. So there is definitely some problem here. All games equal Sauron. No, stop. Oh, you copied the orc lifespan thing on the Discord. That's good to know. Oh yeah, that was the thing, but was maybe a good discussion going on there. Yeah, but very, very interesting. I can maybe copy the discussion here, and this thing's maybe interesting to read for some people. Can copy it here in chat as well, in case people want to learn more about lifespans. Seems like people have discussed this in this chat. Let us move on. Wasn't the golden hair descriptor in Galadriel's name about her Noldor, Teleri, and Vanya lineage distinct from the Noldor line, and not about any inverted combat etymology, as Rings of Power Shumana said? Well, that was the other question by Corey. It's a very good question. It's, I don't know, to be honest. Like, there are a lot of descriptions of Galadriel, and we only have this Amazon position disposition of her, like letter 348. She was then of Amazon disposition and bound up her hair as a crown when taking part in athletic feats. So she was for sure athletic in some way. She was kind of tall for an elven woman. That is the description we get from her. And we know in one version of the Unfinished Tales, I think it was, she fights heroically let me just see. It's about no, where's Galadriel? Here. What are we doing there? Heroically. In Fëanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, Galadriel had no part. Indeed, she, with Celeborn, fought heroically in defense of Alqualondë against the assault of the Noldor. So here, she's also fighting. I assume that is what the reference in the show. From your perspective, though, what race should the reader look into the world of Middle-earth? What? I don't understand this question. I mean, from what perspective you should look into the world of Middle-earth when reading the books or something like that? I don't know. I guess from the perspective of kind of not a reader, but of a human being, I think, getting into this world. I'm not 100% sure I understand your question. Who was occupying Minas Morgul before the Witch King did? Gondor, Isildur, basically. It was called Minas Ithil, and Michael Storm asks that, and we find some good artwork here. Here it is on the other side of Gondor, and let me just see if what artwork could we use? Oh, I have it here. For whatever reason. Nice. So this is from Shadow of War, and yeah, this was Minas Ithil, and was basically on the other side of Minas Anor, later known as Minas Tirith, and Ithil means moon, Minas Anor, so Tower of the Moon, I guess. The Minas Anor would be Tower of the Sun, and later Minas Anor would be renamed to Minas Tirith, Tower of the Watch, and Minas Morgul, Minas Ithil, which we see here, became the Tower of the Tower of Black Sorcery, Minas Morgul, and it was originally a Gondorian, basically city, I guess, or Gondorian place, close to very close to Mordor, and it's interesting that they it's interesting that it has this change at some point in the year, round about the year 2000 in the Third Age. It changes, but yeah, before it was definitely occupied by the Gondorians, by Isildur, Anarion, who ruled over Gondor, and it's in particular the seat, or where basically Isildur was living. So this is basically Isildur's place. Kind of interesting, and it's here on the map. Here's on the other side. We maybe remove studio mode. Here you see Minas Tirith, Minas Morgul. In the middle there is the capital, Osgiliath, where the throne of Isildur and Anarion was. And yeah, then after long after Isildur and Anarion were dead, 2000 years into the Third Age, it was lost. And after the War of Angmar, taken by the Witch King, and then he occupied it. So I hope this answers your question, Michael. Mikael Rubin asks, why does Sauron need the One Ring back? What would he do with it if he doesn't have a physical body? Well, he had a physical body at some point again. And it's not only about physical power, but the One Ring had a lot of his own power in it. So he kind of regenerated his power, and he then would have gotten more power by just getting the other part of himself back, and then he was even more powerful having the One Ring. The problem with having the One Ring is, of course, that like the problem for the others when Sauron has the One Ring is that they can't use their rings. Like when Sauron uses or possesses the One Ring, they can't use their elven rings anymore. And that is a very important point in this plan, I guess, because the power of the One Ring is basically about dominating the wills of others and bringing them under his will, and especially those who control also rings of powers themselves, in this case the elves. And the elves could escape by taking off these rings, and that was the only, like, Sauron hoped he would get control and power fast enough over them that they would not be able to. That doesn't mean it would be impossible for Sauron to get power over an elf, but it just means that he underestimated the elves in this regard, that in his opinion it would be impossible for them to take the rings off their fingers, and as such he was not able to control them when they did that, and then he was really angry. It's basically the story of these rings of power, and that is why he needs this ring back. Of course, it also caused havoc. In addition, when the enemy has the ring, there's always the possibility that somebody potentially as mighty or a little bit mightier than Sauron takes it and then has Sauron's power as well. And then Sauron would have a problem in a way. So Sauron does not, like, it's a lot of power that is suddenly in the hands of his enemy, and he does not want that. It would be smarter, or it would be better for him to have his power. It also, it seems, enhances the power. There's a letter, I also read this like in previous streams, I think it's letter 131. Let me just see if I find it. It looks kind of good. So yeah, there are multiple ideas here. So he talks about the chief power of all the rings alike, the rings of power, minus the One Ring, I guess, was the prevention or slowing of decay. For example, change viewed as a regrettable thing. The preservation of what is desired or loved or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motif. Interesting. But also they enhance the natural powers of a possessor. That is a very important part. Thus approaching magic, a motive easily corruptible into evil of lust or domination. And finally, they had other powers, more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer. So he is called, as he casts a fleeting shadow and presage on his pages of the Hobbit, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. This you have to connect always to what we read about the rings of power. We talked about those who used the rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old, and so on and so forth, and obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seems, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all, that is important, unseen by all eyes in this world beneath the sun, and they could see things in the world invisible of mortal men. And now comes the important part, why what I just read is connected to Sauron's power here. Let me just read it again so we don't forget it. Such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. Where's this book? Here. Now comes the important part, I said. But too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron, and one by one, sooner or later, according to their native strengths to the good or evil of their will in the beginning, they fell under the thraldom of the ring that they bore and under the domination of the one which was Sauron. So they could see it could make the invisible things visible to them, and they became also invisible, but in this invisible world, in the unseen, they only beheld the delusions and phantoms of Sauron, and as a result got ensnared. So that is a very important part of the power of the One Ring here. But if we return to the letter again, you see powers control them. Now it becomes kind of interesting. The elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination, and directed, very important, almost solely, and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. And now the text continues talking on about the One Ring a little bit. But secretly, in the subterranean fire, in his own black land, Sauron made one ring, the ruling ring, that contained the powers of all the others and controlled them, so that its wearer could see the thoughts of all those that used the lesser rings, could govern all that they did, and in the end could utterly enslave them. So that is the plan and what this One Ring actually does. However, there is an additional component to it. He reckoned, however, without the wisdom and subtle perception of the elves, that's what I just said, the moment he assumed the one, they were aware of it and of his secret purpose, and were afraid. They hid the 3 rings, and that not even Sauron ever discovered where they were, and they remained unsullied. The others they tried to destroy. They tried, but were not successful with it. In the resulting war between Sauron and the elves of Middle-earth, especially in the west, was further ruined. Eregion was captured and destroyed, and Sauron seized many rings of power. These he gave for their ultimate corruption and enslavement to those who had accepted them out of ambition or greed. So to men and potentially the dwarves. But I assume this mostly means men. Hence, and the ancient rhyme that appears in the light motif of the Lord of the Rings, the 3 rings for the elven rings under the sky. In the show we also see that the rings are actually made under the sky because you can open the roof. So in case, now I understand why they were able to open the roof in this scene. So this verse here would be correct. 3 rings, 3 for the elven kings under the sky. One of the 3 rings goes interestingly to Galadriel, though she is not a queen though, and not a king. So it's kind of incorrect in a way, but it's poetic inaccuracy, I guess. 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for the mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the dark lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor where shadows lie. And it continues with the One Ring a little bit. A bit later, let me just see, it was unbreakable by Smithcraft. Yeah, but to achieve this, he had been obliged to let a great part of his own inherent power, a frequent and very significant motive in mythology and fairy story, pass into the One Ring. While he wore it, and this is important now, while he wore it, his power on Earth was actually enhanced. And that is why he wants it back, because it also enhanced his own power in a way. However, and it continues, but even if he did not wear it, that power existed and was in rapid with himself. Let me just... So it kind of aligned with himself, right? And he was not diminished. So when others had the ring, he was not diminished himself, unless some other seized it and became possessed of it. I think it's seized, right? I always say seized. I don't know why I do this. One of the words I always say wrong. Some other seized it and became possessed of it. If that happened, the new possessor could, if sufficiently strong and heroic by nature, challenge Sauron, become master of all that he had learned or done since the making of the One Ring, and so overthrow him and usurp his place. This was the essential weakness he had introduced into his situation in his effort, largely unsuccessful, to enslave the elves, and in his desire to establish a control over the minds and wills of his servants. There was another weakness. If the One Ring was actually unmade, annihilated, then its power would be dissolved. Sauron's own being would be diminished to vanishing point, and he could be reduced to a shadow, a mere memory of malicious will. But that he never contemplated nor feared. The ring was unbreakable by any smithcraft less than his own. It was well, I've never read this word before, or to look it up really quick. Indissoluble. Wow. Not native speaker here. Complete fear. The ring was unbreakable by any smithcraft less than his own. It was indissoluble in any fire, save the undying subterranean fire where it was made, and that was unapproachable in Mordor. Also, so great was the ring's power of lust that anyone who used it became mastered by it. It was beyond the strength of any will, even his own, to endure it, cast it away, or neglect it, so he thought. It was in any case on his finger. So even if others had the ring, it was kind of still on his finger because nobody could actually destroy it. The only, the only person being able to neglect it was Bilbo, which is kind of impressive, one has to argue. So yeah, long story short, that is why Sauron does not want that the enemies have the ring. Like, it was not too bad if they had it, but seeing that other powers like Gandalf was also a Maiar like Sauron himself, so he potentially feared that one of the Istari of the Maiar would take the ring as well, and that would be potentially bad for Sauron. In addition, it could be destroyed, and in addition, it enhanced his own power, which he potentially needed. That is, maybe we get a hint that Sauron in the Lord of the Rings also takes the rings for himself. There are multiple hints at that he has taken up the 7 and the 9, even though only 4 of the 7 were left, whatever. But maybe potentially to enhance his own power. Who's Tom Bombadil? Wow. Tom Bombadil, I'm not sure. I could imagine he's also one of the Ainur, but I don't know, to be honest. In my opinion, Tolkien writes it also in a letter who Tom Bombadil is, and I think you can only answer it on this meta level in a way. Yeah, he asks this in a question though, but it hints at what he means. Do you think Tom Bombadil, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire countryside, I probably mispronounced this, could be made into the hero of a story, ? So he says, Tom Bombadil, the spirit of the vanishing Oxford and Berkshire countryside. So he's the spirit of the countryside of England, kind of the countryside Tolkien knows. And he becomes a manifestation of that, and he put it as an enigma, as a mystery into the story. I think Tolkien even uses the enigma word here. And even in a mythical age, there must be some enigmas, as there always are. Tom Bombadil is one intentionally. So that's letter 144 from 1954. The other letter is... I forgot again to write. Now I misspelled countryside. It's usually how I find the letter fast. Only appears one time the letter. It's letter 19 from 1937 to Stanley Unwin, that is the book publisher that published The Hobbit. And yeah, his son Rainer Unwin later takes over Stanley Unwin's publication house. Interestingly, due to the date, 16th December 1937, it was written to Mr. Unwin, and interestingly in this context, you notice how old the idea of Tom Bombadil is. It's older than The Lord of the Rings. Very interesting. How did Frodo make a living? That's a good question. So yeah, I have still some questions in the Q&A thing here left. And as you can see, answering this question often takes quite a bit of time. I hope people have not fallen asleep here. How long are we streaming? Oh, 2 hours. It's actually okay. So answered, why does Sauron need the magic ring back? Do we know anything about the continents on Arda other than Middle-earth and Aman? Pretty much nothing. Let me just get my other continents map up here on screen. We have the Dark Lands, I assume they are called. And all we know is that it might be in the Silmarillion. I'm not 100% sure. Need to try to find the quote. Yeah, and we know that Ungoliant, the mother of Shelob, potentially went there. I'm not sure if it's even mentioned here in this thing here. It's probably not. For other foul creatures of spider form had dwelt there since the days of the delving of Angband. There is the Nan Dungorthep, the Valley of Dreadful Death. It's a very inviting name, a very encouraging name as well. The Valley of Dreadful Death. That's a very good name. Yeah, let me just read again. For other foul creatures of spider form had dwelt there since the days of the delving of Angband, and she mated with them and devoured them. And even after Ungoliant herself departed and went whither she would into the forgotten south of the world. So what people, and I interpret this a bit what like forgotten south. I mean, it could be south of Middle Earth as well, I guess. However, her offspring abode there and wove their hideous webs. Of the fate of Ungoliant no tale tells, yet some said that she ended long ago when in uttermost famine she devoured herself at least. So it's a very mythological theme of devouring yourself, like we have, for example, this Midgard snake from the Norse mythology. But yeah, it's kind of interesting, and it's interesting that it went to the forgotten south of the world. It not says the forgotten south of Middle Earth. It says the forgotten south of the world. So it's here. So maybe Ungoliant lived there for some time. That's all we know. From this continent here, the uttermost east continent, we know only that the so-called gates of Gates of Morning is the name, I think, are there, where the sun in the mythology of Tolkien basically rises every time in the morning in the east, and then it goes through the doors of night on the other side, back into the void basically, and comes the next day up here again. So that's basically how the cycle works. When the world got a sphere, though, things potentially changed, so I don't know, but I think the sun, like these lands are also kind of burned, because when the sun comes out, it burns the land, something like that. I also remember that there's a mention of a hill there, but to my knowledge, that is all information we have about this particular place. Let me just see if I can give you additional information of this hill. Yeah, they're called the Walls of the Sun. Kind of interesting. These mountains. It's in the Atlas of Middle Earth. Yeah, and okay, there's even a name for it. Isn't Book of Lost Tales here? In Book of Lost Tales we get some additional information, but it's, keep in mind, Book of Lost Tales stuff. Calorme was a great mountain in Oronto, the farthest east of the world. It's the name of the continent, the land of the sun. Potentially also Book of Lost Tales stuff name. And the peak was the second tallest mountain in Arda, corresponding to Oyolose, far in the west. And yeah, that was the name of Taniquetil later then, or maybe in this time. It's really hard to tell. Book of Lost Tales stuff is always weird, especially in context of the lore and so on. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, it's mostly a blank canvas, exactly. There's very little information on this. So I hope this answers the question. I would have loved to tell you more about it, but unfortunately we know extremely little about it. It's very yeah, in Book of Lost Tales 1 and 2, you might find more information about those places a little bit, but also not much, I guess. Yeah, the question was, did Numenoreans fight from the saddle employing proper cavalry? So that question we also discussed in previous streams. I know that the user is potentially not here anymore, so let me just think how it's phrased. No, I think it's Unfinished Tales. I could swear there was the word mercenary in the phrasing of it's a note. Was not messenger? How was it phrased, chat? I can't remember. Oh no, Rosie, I hope get well soon. If you don't feel well, it's very unfortunate. Mr. Fluffyback, how many urukai does it take to screw in a light bulb? It takes 10. 1 to screw the bulb in and 9 to put meat back on the menu. Wow. I can't remember how it's phrased, chat. Okay, I think I found it. It's what is it? Disaster of the Gladden Fields, Note 7. That was what I mistakenly thought of yesterday, where a specific quote is mentioned. Whatever. The Numenorians in their own land possessed horses, which they esteemed, see the description of Numenor, page 169. But they did not use them in war, for all their wars were overseas. So, not in their own land, and I assume it was difficult to transport horses on ships, except let me just see if I can get the meme working here on screen for a moment. Too many memes were posted already, so potentially it's difficult to find the meme. Until their boat started looking like this, they had trouble transporting horses with them, and yeah, there was that. But it is it's really fine. Wait a moment. Just very confused here. Just noticed something which is strange, but whatever. It doesn't matter too much. So yeah, let's return to the text. Yeah, they don't, because all their wars were overseas. Also, they were of great stature and strength, and their fully equipped soldiers were accustomed to bear heavy armor and weapons. In their settlements on the shores of Middle-earth, they acquired and bred horses, but used them little for riding, except in sport and pleasure. In war, they were used only by couriers. That was the word, not messenger, couriers. And by bodies of light-armed archers, often not of Numenorean race, so mercenaries. So it was not that was how it was phrased. In the War of the Last Alliance, such horses as they used had suffered great losses, and few were available in Osgiliath. So yeah, there was that. So I hope this answers the question. It seems like for a long time the Numenorians did not use horses. Or they liked horses, but they did not use them in war. Did Mildly know that he was called Lomion by Arizal? Also, what is your opinion on which, if any, named character of Gondolin, weapons, Orcris, and Sting belong to? That's a good question. I'm not sure if he knew that, to be honest. When it comes to the weapons, that's a very good question. So, Gandalf suggests that Turgon was the possessed Glamdring is the name. I forgot the name of Gandalf's sword. Glamdring was potentially the sword of Turgon. Orcrist, I don't know, to be honest. Maybe it was a sword of Exelion, maybe of Glorfindel, though that I would find unusual, I have to admit. I'm not sure, it's just, it's an opinion question. Maybe chat has some good ideas on who might have had what, possessed what sword. A Sting, also difficult to tell. It was potentially a very short sword, so maybe it was just a dagger or so by some elf lord. Hard to tell. You have to admit, I don't have a good theory on those. Lomion, in case people wonder, means Child of Twilight. Maybe he doesn't know. Let me just check up where we find a note about this. It's an interesting... My personal headcanon is Orcrist was Ixellion's and Sting was the knife of Maiglin used to stab Rendell. Interesting. Sting is a hint to the existence of First Age hobbits. I mean, Sting is a complicated matter in that regard because it appears in the Hobbit, like all the other weapons as well. And when it comes to the Hobbit, it becomes very complicated because Tolkien potentially thought about including, maybe not including, but it could have maybe played in the First Age, the story originally. Not originally, but let's say maybe Tolkien toyed with this idea for a moment or two. And then he just borrowed from his mythology the names into it and became his own thing and was not connected to the First Age mythology at all, only with some borrowed names, and then later Tolkien connected it a little bit. It's kind of a very, like, from a writing perspective, it's a very strange story. Sting used to be a singer, but there's a very cool meme. Which I find insanely funny. Question is, how do I post this? How do I post it? Maybe I have to post it on Discord and link the image here or something like that. I potentially posted it on Discord already, somewhere in the distant past. But yeah, I have to instantly to think about this particular meme, which I find incredibly funny. Sadly, the quality is potato plus, so there's that. Just for the sake of having a link to copy in chat. I hope it works. If not, I can maybe show it on screen as well for a moment. Here it is. This is Sting. You have seen him before. And we see Gollum on a Sting concert. It's kind of funny. I like how he looks there. He looks so happy. Pretty good. Shoutouts to whoever created that meme. I like it. The link works awesome. This is Sting. You have seen him before. It's fantastic. But yeah, good one. He's still alive, it's true. At least I see some laughs in the chat, so that's good. It seems like people liked it. I liked it as well. What was opinion on any name character only? Yeah, like I said, Ixellionn would make sense for a powerful sword like Orcrist. I mean, I guess Glorfindel would work as well. And Glorfindel does not appear in The Hobbit, if I remember correctly. No, he does not. So yeah, it could be his sword as well. I maybe have to check the passage with Maiglin in the book though. Question is if I will find it. So here we can read in the Silmarillion, and Arisel bore Eol a son in the shadows of Nan Elmoth, and in her heart she gave him a name in the forbidden tongue of the Noldor, Quenya, or Noldorin Quenya, Lomion. That signifies child of the twilight, but his father gave him no name until he was 12 years old. Then he called him Maeglin, which is sharp glance, for he perceived that the eyes of his son were more piercing than his own, and his sword could read the secrets of hearts beyond the mist of words. So yeah, it is possible that Maeglin might have known his name. I can see that, but I'm not sure. So it says only in her heart she gave him the name in the forbidden tongue of the Noldor. It was forbidden because due to the kinslayings, and Thingol, the king of the Endorias of the Sindar, found out about what happened, and then he was not happy about it, and basically saw the language of the Noldor as language of slayers of kin, and so it was forbidden to speak. Kind of interesting story. And Sushan answers is a good question. I propose of nothing, and sorry that you must have answered the question many times before, but what does your channel logo represent? That's a good question in of itself. So of course my channel is called The Philosopher's Games. I maybe told the story many times. When my channel was about video games, I need like a name for it that is somewhat video game related, and in the video game Metal Gear Solid, there's a group, or this universe, there's a group called the Philosophers. And yeah, that's how I came up, because I also hope Spielkalb is not here philosophizing about video games. And yeah, so that made kind of sense, and that's how this name came to be. And I just thought about, okay, I need a symbol of philosophy, if that makes sense, or something like that. So yeah, I took a bit of inspiration of the logo of the, what do you call it? Like Alfred Hitchcock had also something like this. Let's see if I can find it. Interestingly, it's not on the wiki page anymore. Maybe in the German one. Strangely, it is not. But yeah, he had, for a reason, maybe it's copyright, I don't know. These days are crazy when it comes to stuff like that. These days, yeah, maybe it has to do with copyright stuff. However, I just thought, okay, it was like kind of a portrayal, like an abstract depiction of himself, if that makes sense. And I did not decide to go with a depiction of myself from the side, so I went, let me just see if I find it. Of course, today I find nothing. It's always a problem. But long story short, it's basically, there's a statue of Socrates, something like that, and it's kind of the representation of this from the side, if that makes sense, like profile. Let me just see. I don't find the exact statue though. I'm not sure if I'm even allowed to show this, to be honest. Right issues are, as you can imagine, always a problem. Is this? No, it's common Creative Commons license. It's not a public domain, but maybe I can find the actual statue. Socrates statue. Probably don't find a good one or so. Not that spectacular, actually. Yeah, just post it in chat. Something like this from the side minus a beard. But it's not a profile of Hitchcock. I thought it was Alfred Hitchcock. No, it was not Alfred Hitchcock. It was just inspired by the logo of Alfred Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock. Let's call it logo or something. Okay, that is very small, but the best I can do right now. Not sure if the link works actually. Kind of does. But it's inspired by that, and it's a thinking man. Yeah, basically that. So I got an interesting logo suggestion by my moderator. I'm thinking if I should ever change the logo or something, or go with like a different logo thing, I might go with even that, because I really like the idea that he had. This one is inspired by the Tolkien Society, Tolkien Estate logo. Which I also found pretty cool, I have to admit. So something like this. This is a pretty cool logo idea, I feel like. It's a T, the P. The H is mirrored, because you need something on this side as well. It looks better this way. And then the G. Found this a very cool idea of my moderator. So maybe if I should ever switch logos, it might become that or so. Can always spoil this here for the stream. Like in the thumbnails I'm currently using, I also use yeah, you see the TP at the top. I also tried with different experimented a bit with different styles there, and definitely a strong theme in that logo. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I might keep my thinking head logo as well, also just keep it on this. Maybe I put this somewhere else. I'm not sure yet what to do with it, but yeah, I see. Thanks for explaining. No problem, man. Yeah, it's very similar to Hitchcock, so glad you saw the reference there as well. There was some other good questions in chat, which was some time ago, because I had to explain all these difficult questions here. It seems like also nobody's posting new questions in the Q&A thing. Doesn't matter too much, to be honest, but just saying. Oh yeah, there was the question of Gustavo, which I totally forgot about that. But as said, as always, you have to potentially what the origin of horses in Middle Earth. I can't really tell you. I only know that Orome brought horses from his place, I guess, or maybe the horses are actually descendants from his horse Nahar. Or is it Nahar? No, it's a Quenya name, then it's Nahar, I think. Let me just see. We have a fantastic Orome artwork from Kimberly 80, which we could maybe pull up here. there's also the horse of Orome on it. So yeah, at least the Meras are, I assume, related to this horse and to Nahar and Orome, and maybe he brought them here to Middle Earth. What is up with the normal horses of Middle Earth? I can tell you, I'm not too familiar with the horse lore, to be honest. Could you talk about the Valyrian language? It's interesting to me because Tolkien didn't include it much in his works. Not really a single question, but I don't see many lore questions on the subject. Yeah, there seem to be a few Valyrian words, Valyrian words in these languages in his books. So the language the Valar have a language, and Tolkien tried to make it sound kind of alien compared to all others and very complex and long. So all the words we have are very long names. Let me just think. There were a few names. There was one I always wanted to memorize, but it's kind of... It's the language of the Ainur, in case people wonder what is this language, or the spirit beings. The eldest speech. Yeah, for example, the name of Tilperion. I can maybe post it. Oh, there's an L is missing at the end. So, Ibrini Dil Padhanizel. I really had to look at this for a moment. Ibrini. I have no idea where the stresses are here. Ibrini Dil Padhanezel. Pathanezel. Excuse me. It's a voiceless th. So, Ibrini Dil Pathanezel. Something like this. 8 syllables long, it says here. There's some other words. There's also the name of rolls right off the tongue. Yeah, exactly. There's also Mahanaxar, which I think also has a Valyrian name. Yeah. It's written like this. I'm not even sure what the source for this is, but I just get it from Tolkien Gateway. Machananaskat or something like this. Machananas. I'm not sure what the S is supposed to be. Is somebody from Eastern Europe here and has knowledge about how this S is pronounced? Maybe it's maybe in the Slavic languages. I'm not sure if it's a sh or st or st or something like this. Well, maybe we have some knowledgeable people in chat who can help us out here, because I don't know the Slavic languages too well, so that's of course a problem. I heard Tolkien based it on Babylonian. Yeah, it's definitely possible. Inspiration. There's a linguist, Helge Faustkanger, and he suggested it's from the Babylonian language. I believe it's a German sh. Okay, good to know. And it's Skat at the end. So Machananashkat. Sounds a bit Slavic, to be honest. Oh, it's not Slavic. I think the Czech people and Hungarians have it. Okay. Wikipedia says it's sh. Okay, good to know. Sh, I agree. So SH or SCH in German. Dushan. Oh, Naha also has a name. I have also no idea how this might be pronounced. The letter in the middle looks like the Greek he letter, right? Yeah, it's he. Let me just see it. That's interesting. Let me. Where was the thing I had? Is it on the page as well? Yeah, here it is. I would pronounce it Nahera. Nahera. Something like that. Nahar. Yeah, it could be. It's not sure if it could be either Nachera or it could be Nachera. Like it's in German there are two ch sounds, like either the Bach or for example in the word nicht. Nacht versus nicht. Noch nicht. Like there's and there's I'm not sure if it's Nechera or if it is Nechera. That sounds more Spanish, I have to admit. Nechera. The sound is always difficult a bit for me because in German we the sound. It's difficult to explain. Christiane asks, did Tolkien specify exactly what the fall of man actually consisted of? Kind of. There is the so-called Tale of Adarnell. I'm not sure if I find it. For sure I can find it. Is this Morgoth's Ring? Yes. It's in Morgoth's Ring. Tale of Adarnell. Page 300 something. Tale of Adarnell. Then under some disaster happened. Blah blah blah. So basically, there was like the men when they awoke heard the voice of Eru, and then like another person came and he said, "I'm the giver of gifts," he said, and that was Morgoth, and he pretended to be the one. And they did not listen to the counsel of their inner voice, the voice of Eru, but started listening to the voice of Morgoth instead as a giver of gifts. And we find some interesting notes about this. For example, now build me a house upon a high place, and call it House of the Lord. Thither I will come when I will. And there shall they call me to make your petitions to me, and so on and so forth. So they could call upon Morgoth, and of course Morgoth wanted sacrifices and stuff like this, and they started basically worshipping Morgoth, if that makes sense. And the actual voice of Eru they stopped hearing in at some point. The first voice we never heard again, save once. In the stillness of the night it spoke, saying, Ye have abjured me, but ye remain mine. I gave you life, now it shall be shortened, and each of you in a little while shall come to me, to learn who is your Lord, and the one you worship, or I who made him. So, yeah. Then, out of terror, the dark was increased, and so forth. I'm not sure if... I think there was even a mention of sacrifice or something like that. No. But yeah, it was... The whole kind of part of the that, but this basically is it was part originally of the dialogue between Finrod and Andres, and should be conclude the Silmarillion in Tolkien's original idea of it. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's also in this section about this. In note 11 we find it. Kind of interesting to read, but yeah, it describes basically that how their lifespan became shortened. And that's kind of interesting that it's we find it again in the in Nature of Middle Earth, but I don't know which chapter it was, to be honest. Hunt of the Ring, note on the delay, Dwarvish, Sylvan, Galadriel, the Númenórean catastrophe and end of physical men. Maybe it was that. Let me see if I find it. They were privileged. The elves would have said to have passed with free will out of the physical world and time, but after a much greater lifespan than now most actually possessed. The life of the Silmarils before their fall was thus not much a special gift as restoration of what should have been the common inheritance of men. So when the Númenóreans got their longer lifespan, at the beginning the Dúnedain got the longer lifespans, it's in Notes of the Order that we find it in Nature of Middle Earth. It's basically not that they got a longer lifespan, but that it was actually restored to what it was before the fall of men. So that is very interesting. Definitely the thing there. I hope that kind of explains what it is. I haven't read the Tale of Adarnell in some time, so my memory is a bit, but I only remember they built basically a Morgoth temple, and then Morgoth came and demanded more and more cruel things from them, and then he abandoned them, kind of. Ja, genau, here it is. But now he would always command us to do some deed or give him some gift before he would listen to our prayer, and even the deeds became worse and the gifts harder to give up. The first voice we never heard again, and it spoke loud again, made it. Then out of terror of the dark, then our terror of the dark was increased, for we believed that the voice of the darkness behind the stars. And some of us began to die in horror and anguish, fearing to go into the dark. Then we called on our master to save us from death, and he did not answer. But when we went to the house and all bowed down there, at least he came great and majestic, but his face was cruel and proud. Now ye are mine, and must do my will, he said. I do not trouble that some of you die and go to appease the hunger of the dark, for otherwise there would be soon too many of you crawling like lice on the earth. But if you do not do my will, you will feel my anger, and you will die sooner, for I will slay you. Thereafter we were grievous afflicted by weariness and hunger and sickness, and the earth and all things in it were turned against us. Fire and water rebelled against us. The birds and beasts shunned us. Or if they were strong, they assailed us. Plants gave us poison, and we feared the shadows under trees. Then we yearned for our life, as it was before our master came. Master is still Morgoth, in case people wonder, and we hated him, but feared him no less than the dark. And we did his bidding, and more than his bidding, for anything that we thought would please him, however evil. We did in the hope that he would lighten our afflictions, and at least would not slay us. For most of us this was in vain, but to some he began to show favor, to the strongest and cruelest, and those who went most often to the house. He gave gifts to them and knowledge, and they kept they kept secret, and they became powerful and proud, and they enslaved us, so that he had no rest from labor amidst our afflictions. Then there arose some among us who said openly in their despair, "Now we know at least who lied and who desired to devour us. Not the first voice, it was the master that we have taken, who is the darkness, and he did not come forth from it, as he said, but he dwells in it. We will serve him no longer. He is our enemy." Then in fear, lest he should hear them and punish us all, we slew him if we could, and those that fled we hunted, and if they were caught, our masters, his friends, commanded that they should be taken to the house and there done to death by fire. So that's what I meant, the sacrifice they burned, and that pleased him greatly, his friends said. And indeed, for a while it seemed that our affliction were lightened, but it is told there that a few that escaped us and went away into far countries, fleeing from the shadow. Yet they did not escape from the anger of the voice, for they had built the house and bowed down in it. And they came at last to the lands and the shores of impassable water, and behold, the enemy was there before them. So yeah, that's basically the text of Adarnil. So it basically ends that some of them basically flee and basically fled, and they became the Edain, and they were fleeing from Morgoth and his servants in the west, and they were driven away, and they just came to the land until basically they came to Beleriand. And they noticed, and they abandoned the idea of worshipping Morgoth, and they never spoke about their own fall to the elves, really, except for this particular passage. And that's how their lifespan got short. It's very interesting to read. Also, I'm terrible at reading at this time, but yeah, you probably get the point. It's in Morgoth's Ring, in the section about the tale of about the dialogue between Andres and Finrod. It's probably one of the most complex things Tolkien has written in his story. It's not finished though. It's called Athrabes a Andres. Athrabes Finrod a Andres is it called? It was originally intended to be not posted, but written past the at the end of the Silmarillion. But it's very difficult to fit in this context, of course. Yeah, it's really a fantastic and very complex text. Yeah, Rosie, I hope you get well soon. If you don't feel well, maybe you should rest a little bit. Yeah, Istari, exactly what you wrote. It's in. I just read this section. It's in, what was it called? Notes on Ore. It's in part 2 of this Body, Mind, and Spirit. I can't tell you the page because I only have the physical version here, and that the page numbers are not correct, I think. Maybe they are, I'm not sure, but I don't know for sure, so can't tell you the page. Maybe I can get the book really quick, then I can tell you the page. Okay, I found it. Just overlooked it for a few times. No, that page here is definitely not correct. Notes on Ore. Where is it? Notes on Ore 219. In case you have the Nature of Middle Earth as a book. I think there should only be one version of it anyway. That was close. Almost ripped out my earbuds, even though I don't need them really, but they help nonetheless. Pretty much at the very end of this section. Yeah, it's on page 223. So in case people want to find this. Yeah, the life of the Norians before their fall was thus not much a special gift as a restoration of what should have been the common inheritance of men. It's kind of interesting, and both, I assume, yeah, this text is from 1968. It's Mr. Hofstetter writes, among the papers associated with the round about 1968 Shibboleth of Fëanor, published in Peoples of Middle-earth. So it's also from the late 60s, this text. Very interesting. How did Tuor and Edil make it through to Valinor? I assume by ship. Like, I think, didn't Tuor build a ship? Ruin of Dorias. Let me see, what do we have? Voyage of Eärendil. Yeah, in those days Tuor felt old age creep upon him, and ever a longing for the deeps of the sea grew stronger in his heart. Therefore he built a great ship. He named it Earame, which is sea wing, and with Idril Celebrimbor he set sail into the sunset and the west, and came no more into any tale or song. But in the after days it was sung that Tuor alone of mortal men was numbered among the Eldar race, and was joined with Inoldor, whom he loved, and his fate is sundered from the fate of men. So that's basically what the Silmarillion says to this. The Brothers of Kryn is here, welcome, nice to see you. I guess Tuor knew what he was doing, and he had the blessing of the Valar, or especially of Ulmo, on him anyway, so I'm pretty sure he was able to find Aman, the West Continent, anyway. It was more the Enchanted Isle to get through, right? And the Silmarillion was basically the reason why they were allowed through, but it was still in the power of the Valar to allow to go there. And men were not allowed to go to Aman. That is why Tuor, in his service, got, I guess, as a reward, he was counted towards the elves. And it's a very special fate, and it has to do, like, Eru has to be involved, I guess, to turn a man into an elf. So, I guess if you have Eru's blessing, you can go anywhere. So I think that might be the reason why it was possible for him to get past the Enchanted Isles. There were a bunch of other questions previously. Let me just check here my question list. Did any Vanyar live ever in Middle-earth was another question here. I mean, in theory, during the Great Journey, the Vanyar were living in Middle-earth for a time. After the Great Journey, I assume is what your question might mean. So ever after the Vanyar returned from, like, the men were born in... Oh, I still have the artwork of Kimberly here. Like, I have an artwork of the awakening of the elves from Ted Naismith. And they awoke in Cuivienen. Ted Naismith. And yeah, they awoke at the Bay of Cuivienen, which, in case people wonder where this might be, it is. We talked about the Sea of Helkar, and Cuivienen is like a bay here at the east of it. That's at least it's close to the waters. They awoke, and the Vanyar, I guess, also became a thing at some point, and theoretically, yeah, the Vanyar were living in Middle-earth there as well. After it, only we know that the wife of Turgon appeared, followed Turgon and the daughter, both of them. Oh, I'm wrong. Not with what I'm saying, but just with my image here. Followed over Helcaraxe to Middle-earth. So, and Turgon's wife, which name I always forget, starts with an E as well, I think. Or was it with an A? Elenwe. And yeah, they went over Helcaraxe in this track here. And I think it is Sara Morello who also has like a very early drawing of her. And yeah, Elenwe, on the way over Helcaraxe, she fell, I think, into the ice and died in the process. She was buried, fell into the freezing waters, and died there. So yeah, she was the only Vanyar that tried, I think, to get over to Middle-earth, but she died on the way, so she never reached it. There is Finrod, for example, also had a friend who might have drawn that. Kimberly has, I think, drawn her. Amari is her name, if I remember correctly. And I think that should be Amaria. And yeah, she was not allowed to come to Middle-earth, so she had to stay in Valinor. And yeah, when Finrod died and returned to Valinor, he reunited with her. I think it's even mentioned in the Silmarillion. I'm not sure. I could double check, to be honest. Yeah, here we can read. But it is said not until that hour had such cold thoughts ruled him, for indeed she whom he had loved was Amaria of the Vanyar, and she went not with him into exile. Oh, okay, here's the thing. I could swear it was also, like she's mentioned in the Silmarillion, I could also swear that Finrod at the very end was also... Okay, I need to learn how to spell Finrod. Finrod died in the process of Beren and Luthien. No, that's also not the... Then it's mentioned in the War of the Jewels. I could swear there is like a reference to that in the Silmarillion, but I can't find it. It's very quiet here too. Yeah, sometimes I just need to think for a moment. Not permitted to go with him. Yeah, here in War of the Jewels we find, thus perished from Middle-earth the fairest of the children of Finwë, and returned never again, but dwells now in Valinor with Amarie. And of course, that is after the death of Felagund. But Felagund fought the wolf that was sent to devour Beren, and slew it, and was slain. Thus perished, and so on and so forth. So that's the complete context of this quote here. So yeah, to my knowledge, no Vanyar lived there. I thought I lost connections. No, I just was trying to find a small slither of text in a very long document. Sometimes takes a moment. Were the dead in the dead marshes gooses? There was like a... I think no. Somebody also asked previously about the dead in the dead marshes if they were... I'm not sure, maybe it was you. Maybe you also want to write ghosts. I'm not sure. It asked if they were ghosts or whatever. I would assume maybe I could also imagine they are hallucinations or something due to the swamp gas that was going on there, but I'm not sure. No, it's nice to see you. So the brothers of Kryn also have a lore channel. Maybe check him out if you have time and interest in Tolkien lore. Does lore videos and so on. Shoutouts to him. There was some other question I found interesting, but I didn't do things there. Most precise map orientation, we talked about that. I'm not sure why Galanto's eyebrows looked strange. Can't tell you that. There was a few hours back, 2 hours ago. Why does he hold a broken blade in the art? We discussed this already because it's described in the book. Maybe I can read this for a moment. It should be pretty much at the end of what is it called? Flight to the Fort. Here it is. By Elbereth and Luthien the Fair, said Frodo with a last effort, lifting up his sword, "You shall have neither the ring nor me." Then the leader, who was now half across the fort, stood up, menacing in his stirrups, and raised up his hands. Frodo was stricken dumb. He felt his tongue cleave to his mouth and his heart laboring. His sword broke and fell off his hand, out of his shaking hand. The elf horse reared and snorted. The foremost of the black horses had almost set foot upon the shore. And so on and so forth. So yeah, that is how it's described here. It's not in the Peter Jackson adaptation. There we have Arwen with Frodo, and that is definitely one of the changes from the books. But yeah, in the books, actually, he holds up his sword, and it breaks when the Witch King draws near. Oh, that was a question. Mark Schieser asked hours ago, probably he's not here anymore and already went to bed. How many ships did Círdan build in his time in Middle-earth for other elves to go to Valinor? I don't know, to be honest. However, there is an interesting remark in the nature of Middle-earth that it might be difficult to find, though. No, it's not difficult to find because Círdan is mentioned in it, and he's not often mentioned in this book. Since all the boats that were used were of elvish models, fleet but small, and each steered and captained by one of the Eldar deputed by Círdan, it would have taken a great navy to transport all the people of goods that were eventually brought from Middle-earth to Númenor. So here, this text is about how did the Edain, or the Dúnedain from Middle-earth got to Númenor, becoming the Númenorians, the Dúnedain of Númenor. It would have taken a great amount of transport. I already read this. The legends make no guess at the numbers, and the histories say little. The fleet of Elros is said to have contained many ships, according to some 150 vessels, to others 200 or 300. Let me read this again. According to some 150 vessels, to others 200 or 300. And to have brought thousands of men, women, and children of the Edain, probably between 5,000 or at most 10,000. But the whole process of migration appears in fact to have occupied at least 50 years, possibly longer, and finally ended only when Círdan, no doubt instructed by the Valar, would provide no more ships or guides. In that time, the number of the Edain that crossed the sea must have been very great, though small in proportion to the extent of the island, probably some 180,000 square miles. Guesses vary between 200,000 and 350,000 people. After 1,000 years, the population seemed to have much exceeded 2 million. This was greatly increased later, but outlet was found in the Númenorian settlement in Middle-earth. Before the downfall of the population of Númenor itself, may have been as many as 15 million. So Tolkien actually gives us some pretty impressive numbers here. So we know, I can't tell you how many ships Círdan built in total in his life, or to bring them, but potentially a lot. Several hundred for sure, maybe thousands. Definitely would make sense over the course of his lifetime. Because just to bring the people to Númenor, he already built 150 to 300 ships, according to some sources here. So quite kind of interesting. Also, Noah is in chat. That is the name of Círdan. Yeah, to answer Rosie's question about the dead marshes again, I'm not sure what these ghost beings might be. Some kind of wraiths, ghosts, phantoms, possible. I sadly don't have a satisfying answer to that. It could also be a hallucination. It's also definitely a possibility, I feel. I have to scroll up very far again. Yeah, Gustavo also asked myself the question. Sadly, I can't see it here anymore. It was about do orcs? It seems like orcs believe in the afterlife. I think we shortly talked about this. Yeah, in theory, I guess afterlife was definitely a thing in Tolkien's universe, and on top of that, it is interesting to see that they even talk about this. So it's kind of fascinating. I wish I could see your comment again. That is bothers me a bit. Now, how many ships did Círdan build? I just answered that. Yeah, I'm Jarkai 1, probably a few hours late. 2 hours late, over 2 hours late. Anyone else excited for the new Lion Cinema Lord of the Rings animated show, The War of the Rohirrim? Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very curious how that will turn out. An interesting story for maybe a film, so could see this being pretty good. Hope it is. How many different kinds of race are there for Aragorn to know what happened to Frodo after he got stabbed before? It had to happen before. Yeah, probably. It's difficult to tell. Like, we have descriptions of phantoms, we have the description of race, we have the ring race, which are also different from race. Maybe some form of ghost, and we have some special cases like the Oathbreakers. So, kind of quite a few, I have to admit. What do we know about Old Took? Tell me everything. Well, my Hobbit lore is not that great, but seems like the good old Took. I think we don't know that much about him, right? But we know that Belladonna is the daughter, and Belladonna is the mother of Bilbo Baggins. So we know that. We see Belladonna Took in the, I think, extended version of the Hobbit films, which I find, to be honest, quite cool. You got pretty old. That's also a detail I remember. But yeah, he was also friends with Gandalf, and it became the sign of the Shire as well. It seems Gandalf gave him a pair of diamond studs. That's interesting, according to The Hobbit. And performed firework tricks during Old Took's Midsummer Eve parties, which we also see referenced in the Hobbit films. Can maybe could check if I find these screenshot of that. Gerontius Took is his name. Old Took. Maybe we see him even. Yeah, we see him. That's cool. I'm not sure if it's in the. I think it's only in the extended edition of this. But yeah, here we see him plus some classic cameos, which is kind of funny. And there are even some firework pictures. I don't have many of those. Like there's this particular scene here with Gandalf doing the firework tricks. And yeah, here we see potentially Old Took. The reason why I think it's Old Took because it fits the description and have Belladonna Took, the mother of Bilbo. Let me see if I find her. Problem is there's sadly no really good screenshot of her that is kind of focused. It's almost motion blur in it. I think that's the best one I have. She starts running in a certain direction. So yeah, pretty interesting detail from the extended edition of The Hobbit. Maybe it is in the theatrical cut as well. I can't remember, to be honest. How could Isildur curse the Oathbreakers? Well, they swore an oath to Isildur first, and we can read that kings could basically make oaths or call Eru in important cases for an oath. And if you call, as a king of men, call for Eru for an oath, and the other party breaks the oath, then Eru might get angry or might accept a potential oath break, and then basically when Isildur summoned the hillmen there in the White Mountains to help him against in the War of the Last Alliance against Sauron, and they refused his summon, breaking their oath, and then Isildur cursed them, and because they swore to a king, maybe also invoking Eru into this, then Eru basically accepted the curse as well, because that was a consequence for breaking their oath. As a result, that is why they could. That's why Isildur could curse the Oathbreakers that much. I'm surprised that you don't always start your answers with "first let us look at the map." Sometimes the map is though not needed. Just looking for a specific question. After Kilbon sailed west, were there any elves left in Middle-earth? And the Knights asks hours ago. Maybe Eladan and Elrohir, because it's never mentioned that they actually sail west at all. It's also not mentioned when Thranduil leaves Middle-earth, or if at all. So yeah, potentially there are elves left in Middle-earth. How did Bilbo and Frodo make a living? What was their job? That's a good question, to be honest. I think it's never really explained. But in theory, he possesses land, and maybe he gave the land to hobbits, and he gets something for giving the land to hobbits to maybe do stuff with the land. That would be my interpretation of what his job was. So he was, in a way, quite privileged, having like a back end in of itself, and then, in addition, also potentially possessing some land that is part of it. Maybe he gave it to some farmers and they had to pay him for it. Possibility. Uston Bomber, we talked briefly about that. Does it say anywhere in the lore that Galadriel desired the One Ring? I guess she says that when Frodo offered the ring to her, she was tempted to take it. So in a way, she had to be tempted to take it. You have to desire it in a way. So I assume yes, she kind of desired the One Ring as well, because it was like immense power offered to her, and she saw what she could have been, and she says, I passed the test, I don't not take the One Ring, keep it, and I will diminish now and go west, that she says in the Lothlorien chapter as well as in the films. So yes, I would say she was. Zuzhan asked also hours ago, I think it's a Rings of Power question, it seems. I think Stranger was going to Uttermost East. Well, I'm not sure if he goes Uttermost East because that's on another continent. The land of where the gates of the gates of morning are. The cultists seem to think Sauron should be destined to go there. Who actually went to the Uttermost East and what for? I think he went more to the far east of Middle Earth to, like we talked about the tale of Adanel, that not all of the men who abandoned Morgoth and became the Edain, only a few of them. So there were a lot of people still influenced by Morgoth left, and he went there to basically people potentially worshipping him and helping him out. So that's why I assume he felt more safe in this far east land where he still had these people worshipping him and Morgoth. And with the question about channel logo, we answered that. Follow-up question, yeah, pointy nose and face, that was right. I said it's the potentially inspired by my logo is inspired by the Socrates statue from the side without the beard. I think we slowly get up to what is going on here. Could swear there was it must be another question I missed somewhere. But yeah, now back to current chat. So I'm back in the present now in chat. Tushan is potentially going to bed, so yeah, sleep well. Tushan, nice that you were here. Yeah, that is potentially also a good point. That after he went on his adventure to Erebor, he was potentially quite wealthy in of itself, I guess. But he must have, like, to possess a back end and maintain it. He had to do something before, I guess. And I assume that is why Bilbo potentially also maybe. Like, it's the easiest to explain way to how he made a living before he went to Erebor. And I simply assume he had to have a job, if that makes sense. Do you think that the 2 to 3 moments when Eru intervenes in the music at the beginning represent any of the moments of the later history, like the destruction of Numenor, for example? Yeah, potentially, I guess. Was Gandalf using his ring to preserve the Shire with its power? Potentially, yeah. That's a good theory, I think. That is definitely possible. He might have tried to preserve it with a ring, though Gandalf was not always present there. So I guess he potentially used the power of the ring maybe to preserve the spirit of his companions and so on, to kindle the hearts of others, as Círdan describes it. Because it was not only Gandalf protecting the Shire, it was also, for example, Aragorn and the Dúnedain doing that as well. So that also needs to be kept in mind. Yeah, for sure he lived off his troll horde, but I could imagine, like, there was a time before the troll horde, and what did Bilbo do then? He's already lived not as a poor hobbit in the Shire at this time. So I would suggest that he potentially had some sort of income in the hobbit society even before he had the troll horde. And there are not many explanations I can see here how this might have worked, because he has like this big hobbit hole to maintain, and he was able to do that. And I assume it has to do with potentially renting a piece of land or so to farmers or something like that. I could imagine that it worked like this. Maybe Tolkien never really thought this through too much. I don't know. Did the Blue Wizards fail their mission in the East, or did they themselves turn to Sauron? We of course have a fantastic artwork by Ted Naismith of the Blue Wizard, which I like. It's one of my favorite artworks of Ted Naismith. And yeah, the Blue Wizards, they're as often this question of course comes a lot. There are multiple versions that contradict each other. In the latest version, they are actually successful and don't fail. In the earlier versions, they fail their mission. That's basically the short answer. There's one mentioned in the letter. We already read the letter earlier when we talked about the secret cults and so on. Let me see which letter is it. 211. It is, yeah. And here, it probably potentially did not serve Sauron, though, because there's an interesting note here. What success they had, I do not know, but I fear that they failed, as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways. And I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. So it doesn't imply directly that it was unrelated to Sauron, but considering that it outlasted the fall of Sauron itself, maybe Sauron was not that important for these cults anyway, and it's simply just as a time measurement. Yeah, when the Third Age ended, it still persisted. However, in the Peoples of Middle-earth, that is the letter 211 from 1958. In the Unfinished Tales, there's also a section called the E-Study. In this one, they also fail, which is kind of interesting. Let me just see if I find this. Now, others also too clad in sea blue. And a bit further down the line, of the blue wizards, of the blue. Wait. Of the blue little, I had always lost the line here. Of the blue little it was known in the West, and they had no names save Ithrin Luin, the blue wizards, for they passed into the East with Curunir. But they never returned, and whether they remained in the East pursuing there the purposes of which they were sent, or perished, or, as some hold, were ensnared by Sauron and became his servants, is not known. So here in this version, Tolkien says, we don't know what happened with them. Maybe they became ensnared by Sauron. Maybe they failed their task. Who knows? It's important that it says here that they never returned, so they remained in the east. It's not clear whether they remained in the east pursuing their purpose or if they perished, or we don't know. This Tolkien basically says no idea. Also note 3, which we might look into in a moment. The two other blues, unnamed pests in the east, unlike him, never returned to the westland. The number and order of the east study. Explain names cannot blah blah blah. Okay, doesn't help us too much. Let me see. Notes number 3. What does it say? In the letter written 1958, my father said that he knew nothing clearly about the other two, since they were not concerned in the history of the north of west of Middle Earth. I think he wrote they went as emissaries to distant regions, east and south, far out the Numerian range, missionaries, and to enemy-occupied lands, as it were. What success they had, I don't know, and so on and so forth. I just read this. It's basically a repeat of what is in this letter. Interestingly, the text we find here is, I think, from 1954 or also from the 50s. Potentially it's younger than, or 56, I forgot the exact date. Potentially younger, here it is. The fullest account of the East study was written as it appears in 1954. So the text I just read is older than what is in the letter. And then in the Peoples of Middle Earth, it goes a bit differently. So Modinechtar and Romestamo, Darkness Slayer and East Helper, their task was to circumvent Sauron, to bring help to the few tribes of men that had rebelled from Melkor worshipped, to steer up rebellion, and after his first fall to search out his hiding, in which they failed, and to cause dissension and disarray among the Dark East. They must have had very great influence on the history of the Second and Third Age, in weakening and disarraying the forces of the East, who would both in the Second Age and Third Age otherwise have outnumbered the West. So yeah, here they maybe failed to find Sauron after he loses the One Ring to Isildur, and then they tried to find where his spirit was hiding in the east, but they failed in this. But at least they managed to put in enough dissension and disarray in the Dark East that the forces there would not outnumber the West. And in this, they had great success in their mission. So this is the latest version. It was written in this maybe in the late 60s or maybe even 1970. So it's a very late text in Tolkien's work. There's one potential hint. Two potential hints in Nature of Middle Earth. There are two wizards as mentioned as guardians. One is Palicaldo, the other is Hymena or something like that. What the exact names? Forgot how the names are written. Yeah, Palakendo, not Palicaldo. Palakendo and Hymenar. It's not clear if these are the two blue wizards, though. It could also be some other Maya. We don't know. But it's mentioned with all the others, like Olorin appears, Gandalf, Hravandil, Radagast, a name that never appears, usually is called Iwendil, interestingly. And then Tarindor, later Saruman, and so on in this text, kind of interesting. And then there's another mention of the five. Yeah, there's another reference in another text to the five wizards. That's the text from Peoples of Middle Earth. But this is a matter spoken of in notes of the five wizards. Let me just read what it's and it's misjudged, and he, Sauron, misjudged as we see in his final defeat, when the great host of Minas Tirith from Numenor landed in Middle-earth. His gathering of armies had not been unopposed, and his success had been much less than his hope. But this is a matter spoken of this. He had powerful enemies. This is a matter spoken of in the notes on the 5 wizards from the peoples of Middle-earth. He had powerful enemies behind in his back, the east and in the southern lands, to which he had not yet given sufficient thought. Some see that this is potentially a hint that the wizards also were in the southern lands, but I don't know, it could mean all kinds of things. It's very vague. Good to go, I'm exhausted. Yeah, then have a nice rest. Also, Reflective Rambling is here. Welcome, nice to see you. Hope you had a good and fantastic day. We're only streaming for 3 hours. That's surprisingly short. I thought I would be longer going on, to be honest. But welcome. No, I won't stream that long anymore. It's already relatively late here. Past midnight here, so I'm getting a bit tired, I have to admit. And I feel like I answered a lot of questions today. So yeah, that is hopefully this answers the question. What happens with those? It depends on which text you like most, I guess, because Tolkien wrote very different versions about those texts. There's also the mention in the Unfinished Tales of Alatar. Curumo, who was chosen by Aule, and Alatar, who was sent by Orome. And then Iwendil, because Yavanna begged him, and that Alatar took Palando as a friend. This is where the names come from, we often hear. It's also from the Istari text from the Unfinished Tales, page 393 in this version here. We can further also read that Olorin to Manwe and Varda, Kurumo, that's Saruman, to Aule, Olorin is Gandalf, Iwendil, that is Radagast, to Yavanna, Alatar to Orome, and Palando also to Orome. But this replaces Palando to Mandos and Nienna, which is interesting. So in earlier text, Palando was a Maya of Mandos and Nienna, kind of interesting. That's a really good question. If the languages in Middle-earth are spontaneous, is Black speech its own tree or derived of another? I could, usually the languages are not spontaneous, but they usually have some kind of relationship to other languages. There are different forms, for example, of Quenya and Sindarin. Sindarin is closely related to Quenya. Also, welcome Gang Rider TV. And there are early Quenya versions Tolkien describes as well. And then there's also Valarin, which also has influenced the language of the elves in some ways as well. So we definitely have these connections. Black speech was a constructed language by Sauron. I'm not 100% sure if it has any if it was developed out of it, because I think Black speech might be really a constructed language by the Dark Lord. Now we can read in Appendix F. I think in Lord of the Rings it tells us a little bit about it. Let me just see if I find it real quick. Appendix F. Of course, something went wrong and I don't find the thing yet. Should have searched in the other book, I feel. Black speech sword applied rule, blah blah, great soldier. There was a mention here. It is said that black speech was devised by Sauron in the Dark Years and that he had desired to make it the language of all those that served him, but he failed in that purpose. From the black speech, however, were derived many of the words that were in the Third Age widespread among orcs, such as chash, fire. But what's this line? One game. But after the first overthrow of Sauron, this language in its ancient form was forgotten by all but the Nazgûl. When Sauron arose again, it became once more the language of Barad-dûr and the captains of Mordor. The inscription of the ring was in the ancient black speech, while the curse of the Mordor orc on page 445. That's interesting. Don't draw attention many. Curse the Isengard, das Ugluk u Bargronk, Sha Pushduk Saruman Glob Uphosh Sky. Something like that. Was terribly read, but black speech is definitely not something I read often. Promise now I have to find the line again, which might be difficult. Was more in the debased form used by the soldiers of the Dark Tower, of whom Grishnak was the captain. Shaku in that tongue means old man. That's interesting. But yeah, here it seems he constructed the language. I'm not sure if there's in other texts or so a mention that he maybe mocked the language of the Eldar or so. Gotta feed my beagle, be right back. Okay. Is it true that there's a Russian Lay of Lasian opera? I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, definitely possible. There's a Russian adaptation of Lord of the Rings. There's also a Finnish one, which is kind of funny. Or was it The Hobbit? I'm not sure. Still, it's quite funny. I think you can find those on YouTube. I never knew Sauron created the Esperanto of Middle Earth. I think, isn't there also Tolkien? I'm not sure if there also like Esperanto as a language, if Tolkien also had something to do with it. Yeah. Continued modification. John Ronald Tolkien wrote in support of the language in a 1932 British Esperantist article, but criticized those who sought to adapt or tinker with the language, which in his opinion harmed anonymity and the goal of achieving wide acceptance. So Tolkien, there was some Tolkien Esperanto connection as well. Like he definitely looked into the language or knew about it. Let's put it that way. He knew about Esperanto, and I'm not sure if there's even a Quenya mode for Esperanto. I'm not sure. Esperanto. Now I get confused. It's getting late. I'm a Tolkien beginner, but how much music theory do you think impacted his work or his works? That's a good question. I'm not sure how much Tolkien was in music theory. He was, of course, widely educated, so probably could have known a bit of it from his time. Yeah, Husky makes a good point. I think there might be a connection, like maybe a potential mockery or so of Valarin, because as he points out, there are definitely like Nashkat and Nazg very similar, for example. So if like if you look deeper into it, there might be some connections between both languages, to be honest. And Valarin, the language of the Valar, of the Ainur, sounds also already pretty alien. Same with Sauron's language, though I guess it might be a mockery of that or something as well. It's definitely possible. Thickly educated. I guess in a way, Tolkien's works was a lot about the Ainulindale tells us that dissonances are bad and needed to be solved by Eru. So I guess it's not a good light on modern classical music. Potentially true. On the other side, it is still how the world was created in a way that with those dissonances. So I guess Tolkien was aware that dissonances are of course needed in music, and I mean especially in modern classic music from the 20th century, there is for sure a Tengwar mode. I mean a Tengwar mode. I probably misspoke there. Not a Quenya mode, a Tengwar mode for Espadon. I'm not sure though if that is true. To be honest. I could swear I saw something like this somewhere. I'm not sure if Tolkien made it or if it was later constructed by somebody else. I don't know. But yeah, early 20th century classical music is definitely very full of dissonance. Was Gandalf using the ring to preserve? No, I only have this question. So I have all the Q&A questions here. I'm pretty through, so maybe I can close this end this Q&A feature thing here. It was kind of interesting to say the least. But yeah, I think. By the way, how are you, Chris? I'm doing well, I would say, because I took a few days off, played some games with friends. That was fun, and also salt-inducing, of course, at times. And yeah, that was pretty much needed after a really work-heavy days I had and weekends. So it was kind of good taking a few days off, and I thought maybe kick off with this week with like a live stream. It's always, what do I want to say? Like a live stream that is not Rings of Power related too much, and I think we discussed 99% book stuff today. So I hope people enjoy the content that were not into the show or anything. But yeah, it's of course noticeable that even though this is a Q&A live stream, that a lot less people are watching compared to the episode analysis stream. So I definitely see a difference here. So I hope that all the people complaining about too much Rings of Power content on this channel are maybe watching the stream here. But it was definitely nice to have a normal lore stream once in a while. What is your favorite October game? You mean in general, like a game I usually play in the spooky months, if you call it like this, like the Halloween thing in October? Or do you mean this particular October, if the game came out I'm very interested in? Or you play Vermintide too every October? I don't know. I'm not too deep into the Halloween stuff, so. But when it comes to a game fitting to October, it would be maybe the Resident Evil 2 remake, which I really like. That's a game I vastly enjoy. Currently, I play mostly what is it called? Overwatch 2 a bit with friends, which is kind of fun at times. Sometimes it's very unfun and frustrating, but that's the nature of the game, I feel. And what else do I play currently? I guess I often play Souls games, so if you could also ask me every month of the what is your favorite game, I would say some Dark Souls or something like that. Really like playing that. Still have to complete my level 1 run for Elden Ring. Stuff like that. Okay. Good old Call of Duty. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff out. I might make a community post regarding using a few images here and there if needed from places and so on from Rings of Power, because I kind of like the idea having like high resolution images. Not exclusively, of course, but maybe when we talk about Eregion, I could show people the Eregion image, if that makes sense. Because like it looked kind of nice in the show. I know that the show is of course not vastly popular. Okay. Whatever. Currently I can't, it doesn't work for reasons unknown. That is strange. Is my shortcut deactivated? Strange. Very strange. Deutsch Souls. If you just want to ask yourself what happened all the time or what I'm doing this, what's happening, I recommend Scorn. Yeah. That looked interesting, to be honest, Scorn, but it has this HR Giga inspired style. That's kind of fascinating, this alien style. There's too many games I have to play. I want to play Hades. I want to complete Raft. So, yeah. Oh, lady, fantastic. Just got home. What did I miss? We discussed a lot of book lore content today. We talked about the Blue Wizards and about, I don't know, we talked about the orcs very long. We talked about magic. All the good stuff. Seems like it tries too hard, yeah, potentially. And currently I'm on my way out, ending the stream after almost 4 hours, which is, in my opinion, a pretty decent length. And as I said, I'm getting tired. I'm kind of hungry, so I have that. We had really a couple of questions in the chat as well. We talked a bit about some languages. I don't know, chat. Were there any? There was also a section that we talked for quite a bit. We talked about the fall of men and the tale of Adanel for a bit. That was also kind of funny. It was 4 good hours. Thank you. Yeah, much appreciated. Glad you liked it here. Oh, Spielkalb is also there. Welcome, and you're late. We are shortly before. I'm on my way ending the stream already. And yeah, there is of course still more content coming out on this channel as well, and on other channels. You are no Maiar. You must nourish your mortal man flesh. That is true. I agree. That is true. So yeah, as said, I still have a review in the making for episode 3, which is still left over, and I almost complete with it. So I want to finish it, even though I potentially won't get the views. And might people say, "Oh no, not again, Rings of Power content," but there will be. I still want to watch on Twitch the last 4 Rings of Power episodes, but not right now. I thought about to continue the stream on Twitch after this one, but it's just too late already. So that well, maybe tomorrow evening or something, we just watch the last 4 episodes in one go or so. I'm not sure yet. So we have like another watch party there, and then I would like to also watch the Two Towers and the Return of the King, because Fellowship of the Ring we already watched as a watch party together. The VOD of Fellowship is also here on this channel. Then I tried to get guests for the round table for the last episode, so the final round table thing. I might want to get some people together for the German channel and have like a round table with German Tolkien creators and friends there, but I'm not sure if I'm able to organize this anytime soon, but I try to. So that is the Rings of Power content. Then I will maybe make another poll in the chat. Maybe I will make a poll really currently right now in chat, just to get so I get an idea what people want. Would you like to what lore video would you like to see next? Who is Elrond part 9 it should be? Who is Galadriel part 2? That are basically your options. Very curious what you want to see next first. You know what I mean. I'll make a little poll here at the end. Very curious. Poll. Watch party, hooray, yeah. I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised that people say Galadriel part 2 instead of Elrond. Elrond is very sad right now. I tried to wrap it up, but I decided to make Galadriel part 1 before the show came out. And as you can imagine, these videos, even if they're just half an hour long, just take a lot of time and research to do them properly. And I wanted to wrap up the Elrond series before the show came out, but it was too much content left. I could not have done it in a reasonable manner of time to make, like, I would say we need at least 2 more parts of Who is Elrond to complete it. And I'm currently potentially going against the chat. I might make Who is Elrond first. I'm not sure though. I just want to know if what people actually want. So I'm just curious what people would like it. But I would like to complete the Who is Elrond video first, to be honest. But I can see that because there's so much Who is Elrond content in my channel, like we are at currently over 7 hours of content just related to this whole Who is Elrond thing. And I said I plan when everything is done, it will become one big video. I uploaded it as like an 8+ hour video, or 9, or how long ever it is when it's done. And yeah. So very curious what people see and want to see here in this context. clips of Morpheus Clark will get you hate clicks though, so get some clicks, Chris. I don't know. I really like Morpheus Clark in the show. I just felt the character was terribly written at parts, but that was not the fault of the actress. Could you do a reading of chapters of history? The problem is, since I monetize my channel, you could argue it is for education in a way, but it's always a bit difficult reading books on YouTube because technically that is a copyright violation. If I do like an analysis and quote a book, like I'm quoting a book is not copyright violation, but just reading it flat out, that is a problem. Corey Olsen, of course, does commentary to educate, so you could argue what he's doing is like a big copy in a way, but I don't know. At least I'm glad we're now at 50-50, so it seems like people are happy with either way. And for people wondering, just in case, I have where the first video is. Of course, I have it linked, and it cries for more views. I'm not sure if it works. Nightbot is also awake. It's awesome. So yeah, that's the part 1, and we didn't get far into Galadriel's story. Basically, I tried to explain what is the problem with Galadriel and why are there 50,000 versions of her. And then we go a bit through what we know about her, and I explain basically her family tree, why her hair is important, a bit of the Silmarils, and then we did not even get to the first kinslaying, so we are very early in the who is Galadriel's story. It's also only 30 minutes. Keep in mind that 30 minutes is, for me, already a long video, but I think it was a pretty good video in my opinion, so far. But next will be the first kinslaying and some more stuff. Not sure how far we will get though, because the first kinslaying already has multiple versions, or not multiple, let's say 2 versions. What could happen there? Kind of interesting. Where she dates Sauron. Well, I can tell you already, it won't be in the video where she dates Sauron. Yeah, but it's complicated. Shows them how it's done. Well, it's really complicated. The whole Galadriel topic is quite complicated. However, I end the poll. We had 50-50. Thank you for watching here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you did so, feel free to press the like button if you haven't yet, because I always like it when people like the like button, press the like button. Always very, very helpful. Then, if you see this as a VOD, especially like the like button, if you are still listening, that means you have listened for over 4 hours by now. Well, minus the starting point, so around about 4 hours. I feel like if you listen to a video for hours, you could definitely like, maybe even subscribe if you are new to this. That would be much, much appreciated. We are always in dire need of subscribers. Shout outs to all the people with memberships here on this channel, supporting me with this over YouTube and Twitch as well. Consider, you can also do subscribe stuff on Twitch. You know, you can use if you have Amazon or so, you can connect your account there and then get a free sub. That's always much appreciated. Is there anything else left to say? So there will be more content this week, I hope. Probably no big lore video because I need some time to groove myself into producing more lore videos. As said, there is still some Rings of Power content left, which will slowly come out now. Maybe we have another stream this week if I find the guests I need for that. maybe even on the German channel. That would be kind of cool to have a stream there as well. Is there anything left to say? I don't know, but yeah. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and write a comment also on this VOD here. Would be much appreciated. And I don't know. That's probably all I have to say for today. So thank you people for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.